G'day, folks. It's the Maple Monkey here with a whole bunch of guests again, and we're here to chat about Marvel United. So welcome. Pull up a chair, pull up a keyboard, and looking forward to chatting with you guys. It's going to be a celebration this time of all things Marvel United Season 2, or if you prefer, Marvel United X-Men. We did a live stream a little while ago celebrating Season 1, and that was a lot of fun, getting in the ins and outs of all the top villains and heroes and all that sort of thing. So we're focusing on Season 2 as we work our way through, and of course we hope to get through to multiverse, and then we also hope at some stage to be able to talk about the big season that is DC, if we can get that. Otherwise maybe just the hush box or something, but but strap yourselves in for Season 2. So I just want to give a shout out to Len from Dice It Up Gaming, my member. Thank you for being a member. So I just wanted to give you a shout out, and I hope you enjoy the video and can join us at some point, or join us in the comments afterwards if you can't. But let's go through and introduce all the guests. So we have Andrew Fantasia. Hello, Andrew.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? I'm great. Thanks for having me on. I'm looking forward to this. This is a fun, exciting season. And it's a fun, exciting season in general because we're in the holiday season here right now. So it's been chaotic and crazy, and I've been sick a lot, but we're powering through.
Fantastic. I've got my Santa. He's kind of like a surfing Santa shirt. My summer, it's got a summer and winter. He's got a bit of a vibe going on there. Hello to Nelly as well. How are you going?
Hello, I'm doing good. I'm excited to talk United.
Excellent. And I think there's a lot of inspiration in that design space for us too with Season 2 as well. It really sort of got the ball rolling with a lot of stuff there. And hello to Diversion Architect, or Dave. How are you, Dave?
Hey, good, doing well.
Excellent. And Dave's actually brought a special guest as well. We've got Galactus in the background there, but he's gonna keep his opinions to himself until season 3. And we may even get another little visitor come through your screen at some point as well, Dave. Is that right?
Very likely.
Still prowling around the room. Yeah, fantastic. Before we sort of get into more of the discussion, I did want to highlight, let's see if I can do this. Von Tract joined us a little bit earlier and said, I'm not sure what time the stream starts, but he just wanted to say hi to everyone in case he misses it. So hello to Von Tract, and we hope you do get to join us at some stage. And if not, if you miss it, feel free to drop some your opinions and thoughts and stuff in the comments as well. So fantastic. And speaking of comments, we also in the little post got something from Cataphract, who's a fantastic home brewer and member of the Discord community there. Has done a lot of great stuff with the Cthulhu Death May Die sort of mashup expansion with Marvel United. Says that this was a good step to expand on the design space, overall more challenging and better tested than the first, but hopefully it's the season but honestly it's the season he likes the least. This is very interesting. I'll get back to that in a sec. Season 1 had a blank slate to lock in baseline abilities. Season 3 really matured and took off the gloves with the wacky design. Season 2 felt a little stuck in the middle. Standouts for sure, but I think it pushed the envelope far enough. But I don't think it pushed the envelope far enough. Like they were afraid of breaking the game. Okay, that's interesting, especially with the heroes. So maybe sort of not pushing them enough. Villains were much stronger and generally a huge improvement over. So the villains were a highlight, I think, for Cataphract, but maybe not so much the heroes. And then Cataphract's put in some heroes and villains, and we'll go through those as we go through our top ones as well. But I know there's a regular contributor at Board Game Geek, P Cope. So shout out to P Cope, who watches some of the videos and stuff like that, and is always kind enough to leave some feedback and some comments about the videos when I post them up on BGG. But I think that's a similar thing. He doesn't like Season 2 as much because he finds it like it was the least strong season, but I think he doesn't like it because I think he finds it a bit too over the top, and the villains are too brutal, so he likes a bit more of a casual game and stuff like that, and he finds it a bit tricky. But yeah, so I think it's probably a good. That's some good stuff to kick off the discussion, sort of thing. So I thought let's have a bit of a chat first up about season 2, maybe just an overall vibe, and maybe we talked a little bit about how we discovered season 1, like what was our experience with season 1. You know, did we come back to it late or whatever it might be? So feel free to talk about your like what's your history with season 2, and you maybe some general impressions and that sort of thing as well. So we'll go around the circle or the square. So Andrew, what are your thoughts about season 2, or you know what's your experience with it? How did you get to it?
Well, season 2 was the season that clinched it for me. That made me say, I'm going to buy this game. Because season 1 was there and it was like, cool, okay, but there's 8 characters. And I was like, this looks fun, but real small. And then next thing I knew, a year had passed and I don't know what I was doing. But then I was like, whatever happened to that Marvel game? And I looked it up, and then all of a sudden, you know, Alpha Flight was in it. And I was like, you have my attention. So the roster just getting so much bigger, and then just seeing what they were doing with it and how much they were adding to the original base game rules, that really just seeing 2 and 1 together as one package was the spark that lit the fire and made me say, okay, I like this. Half of these characters I may never have heard of, but the other half are like deep cuts from the cartoon I grew up with. So I'm on board. And altogether, I was like, this is the game I've been waiting for. Now that I could see the bigger picture, whereas season 1 was just a corner of the whole tapestry. I can understand how some people would feel like season 2 has the blinders on because it is just mutants. So the variety might not be there as much, but I ended up really digging how much they were able to tap from the mutant well. And as I've learned from the United community since then, like there's still more of that well that hasn't been tapped yet. So the season has scratched an itch for a lot of X-Men fans. And it really it cemented. I'm like, okay, this is the game that I needed this Marvel game to be. And it wasn't until I saw season 2 in its entirety standing next to season 1 that I'm like, that's it. That's where my money's going. Sold.
Yeah. It's such a perfect timing and combination of things coming together. I think it was really good. What about yourself, Nelly? What's your sort of experience with season 2 and overall sort of vibe with it as well?
So kind of went over this one. We did like the season 1 video, but we had season 1 the core box of season 1 just kind of in a collection of board games that like haven't been opened. I'm struggling to point at it. There's a couple in here that have not been played yet. And me and my roommate Nor decided, let's give it a try, because when we played the core box of 1, season 2 had just came out. So we was like, if we like this, we could just get everything. And we loved it. So we ended up going all in, like grabbed everything from season 1, grabbed everything from season 2. And then we just kind of played it like literally every week. We had like a time slot reserved every Thursday at like 6 o'clock. It was just playing United, had the randomizer set up. That was tradition for like a solid like 6 months in a row.
Nice.
Fantastic. And I like that you both, like, that's something you guys sort of have in common, is like you both play with that randomizer, and it gives you magical goodness every time.
Yeah.
or sometimes terrible luck. I got to fight Galactus with like a squirrel. Okay. Awesome. And how about yourself, Dave? What's again, I feel like, for viewers who watched the last one, we probably are retreading some territory here, but I think it's good to sort of like tell these stories with an emphasis on the, season 2 sort of thing as well, just for folks.
So yeah, season 2 was the season that was promised. So when Marvel United first season came out, I didn't really care about any of the characters in it. I was like, I don't care about any of these people. I want X-Men. Right. So and I backed the game, and this was before there were any playthroughs, nothing. And I was like, this game might be terrible, but I'm going to invest in it because then they'll make X-Men figures, and I want X-Men. And so, I don't know, it was maybe around the Gen Con after that we saw the little trailer that had us like 3 slashes through United, and it was like X-Men are coming, and I was like, oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, so I was there ready for season 2.
Excellent. Yeah. I love that term, the season that was promised sort of thing. I think, I've probably got a similar sort of story where, like, I think, Dave, you did sort of get into the season 1 ahead of time and that sort of thing. And I think I'm sort of similar to the guys where I'd seen the game, and it was, when I was I was just, I was like, oh man, I'm buying too many board games and too many Kickstarters and stuff. And I was trying to be good and look for excuses not to back things. And I saw this game and I went, doesn't look like it's very, like, mechanically interesting. Looks like it's too simple. Nah, I'll let that one slide. I won't back it, sort of thing. And then down the track, a guy at I think Rob's Gaming Table or Kanji Studios Discord started posting when he received his copy. Started posting figures. And I was like, wow, they look really cool. And I sort of just picked up the core set sort of thing. And then was like, that's pretty cool. And it's like one of those things, I think I just kind of like randomly was like, oh, this is cool. And I sort of got interested in it or something again, maybe just these pictures or something. I think maybe even before I picked up the core set. And it's like Game of Thrones, when that, I remember I'd read the books and I was like, these are really cool. And then just randomly one day I was like, man, wouldn't it be cool if, like, they made a TV show or a movie of this? And I just sort of typed in Game of Thrones movie or something like that, and it just happened to be like the month that, like, they were like 1 month away from announcing that it was coming out or something like that. And I was like, oh my god, they're actually making this, what's this thing? And became this whole thing. And I think the same thing happened with Dynasty Warriors. Like, wouldn't it be cool if there was a Dynasty Warriors movie? And then I just happened to look it up in the week that they'd announced, like, Redcliffe Chibi or whatever. I was like, oh, that's cool. And I think the same thing happened. I typed in looking, and it was like Marvel United X-Men, and I was like, what is this? That's amazing. And then just the fact that it had that campaign, we were so lucky that they decided to give away, not give away, but to sell season 1 as well. So, like, unlike most CMON things, if you like, there's you get so much stuff in their campaigns, but you tend, like, if you miss it, you miss it, right? They don't tend to sort of bring them back again. But for some reason, this time they did, and it was like, it was so good being able to get everything. It was so exciting when that Kickstarter arrived, because it was like 2 seasons, like, on top of each other, and that was cool. But yeah, just the fact that I don't know if I would have been as excited if it hadn't been for that X-Men thing, because that was my jam. It was like X-Men, and also like the animated series era X-Men, the 90s era Jim Lee, that sort of like those X-Men uniforms, and those, I was just like, the blue and gold teams. It just was like, those were all the characters I was looking for. And I was like, yep, all this, I like the Marvel MCU universe and stuff as well. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'll take some Iron Man and some Captain Americas and that sort of stuff as well. That's cool. But it's like, yeah, it was the X-Men that really drew me in, sort of thing. And I really like you guys have said, sort of what they were able to do with that theme, mechanically, and just it was very cool. And I guess not knowing, for some folks talk about comparing the seasons. I think maybe one of the reasons I don't do that as much is because it all sort of arrived at once, and I was just playing heroes and villains from all over the place. So it never felt like, oh, I can see this progression of how the characters, because I sort of was mixing and matching. So it's all kind of a big sort of like jumble of characters. Right. Yeah. So, but so I mean that's our little history sort of thing with the game and stuff. But I think maybe it's time to sort of start getting into the celebration of our favorite designs and that sort of thing. Unless is there anything you guys want to sort of just bring up before we launch into discussing our top 5s and that sort of thing of this? I could see maybe Dave, you look like you might be.
Yeah, I did want to speak to one thing about the fact that they had season 1 stuff when season 2 launched. Like I said, during the first campaign, there was no gameplay footage whatsoever. And so there was really a lot of hesitance in the Kickstarter of people being like, I don't know if this game's going to be any good. Like, we've never seen anyone play this game. And then you can even see this is something that happened in the first campaign that didn't happen in the second one. There's a number of characters that were unlocked as stretch goals that were not exclusives, but they didn't end up becoming a product. So, like, if you look back, like, I think Super, Doctor Strange, there's like a couple characters that were like, are these going to be a retail box? And like, I think because they were like so concerned that it wasn't going to do that well, that like they didn't have, you know, like a plan for some of those things. And so then when it got into people's hands and people were like, actually, this game's really good, I think they were like, we really missed out at a big market by not having that available and not having like gameplay footage. So I think they were like, let's make this more available for when season 2 launches. I think that was a big factor for that. Because that is historically not at all a cool mini or not thing. They just don't do that.
Yeah. So it's the K-pop Demon Hunter effect. It's like they didn't have any faith in it, and then it blew up, and they were like, "Oh, we didn't plan it. We didn't plan any toys for Christmas." So here's me, like, you know, things are coming up, and I'm like, my daughter really likes this stuff, but I can't find anything. So yeah. K-pop X-Men hunters. All right. Well, I think we'll go through the same format. If you watched the last video, folks, what we're going to do, we're going to go through the heroes first and talk about our favorites, just sort of a celebration of our favorite designs. And I want to clarify something here. This is like this can be sort of anything. So I think we had, and thanks to all the folks for jumping in and giving your own thoughts and your top 5s and that sort of stuff in the comments and during the last video and that sort of thing. But I think there were some comments about, oh, these are terrible choices and that's not a good design. But it's like, this is all everything in between, and like, so, you know, our choices might just be nostalgia based or purely mechanical based or whatever. Like it's just a celebration sort of thing. So it's just our favorite stuff, and so feel free to have some fun and feel free to poke fun at our choices and things like that as well. But it's all sort of in the spirit of good fun as well. So but heroes is our first sort of category, and we had some interesting comments there from I think it was Cataphract sort of mentioning that maybe the hero designs, got expanded a bit from season 1, but maybe not as expanded as they could have been, sort of thing. But certainly there were some changes in season 1 in season 2 with the heroes. Do you guys want to sort of, is there anything you want to bring up before we get into our specifics about the hero design, or do you guys want to just sort of dive in and do our top 5s? What do you think? Do you have anything you wanted to bring up, Andrew?
I think the only thing that comes to mind is just the little simple game changer of starting hand cards and how much that has, it's benefited the United system so much now, because at first it was just an excuse for the mutants to have their latent powers just ready to rock and roll. But, now you look at like DC and where they are now, and it's like Batman's got starting hand cards because it makes everything so much more thematic. And it makes you wonder, like, what would that have looked like in season 1? Would Spider-Man have had one? What would his have looked like? And so that one little simple addition, it's like a tenfold, like it just rippled and changed United in such a great way.
And you know what's interesting about it as well, the fact that they came up with that idea in season 2 also, I think, had an impact on another part of the game. I just sort of like, I don't know if this is true, but I sort of, it's almost like the equipment was almost like a it almost felt like a patch to go back and fix some of that gap for season 1. It's like, let's give these guys some. So it's like, it's kind of cool because a lot of people really like the equipment for what it is and the story it tells specifically for equipment, and is quite cool for characters like Batman, like you said, that that feature gadgets, and Hawkeye with his 1,000 arrows and all that sort of stuff. And it's kind of cool that they kind of hadn't thought of that idea of starting hand cards yet, because it forced them to then come up with the idea of equipment sort of retroactively. And that's given us both, now we get sort of starting hand as a way to tell a thematic story about a character, and then equipment as another, different way to do that as well, which is kind of funny as well. Yeah. But yeah, certainly. And I really liked that it was like a good way to tell that latent powers ability sort of thing as well. Yeah. What about you guys, Nelly and Dave? I'm
kind of in the same boat as Andrew, specifically with the starting hand cards, especially going over like the 2 years that I've been like homebrewing for this game, where like I feel like that's kind of like the instant way to not just add flavor to a character, but to make that character feel like that character right off of turn one. Because like if you're playing somebody who doesn't have any starting hand cards and your opening hand has no special effects, then you just kind of feel like a generic hero. Like all you have are your heroics and attacks, nothing special. But starting hand cards, assuming you don't lose it immediately to a turn one master plan 3 move bam, then you more than likely have at least your starting hand card, which will set up that character's flavor for the entire game until until MODOK flips it face down.
yeah. Damn you, MODOK. And Dave, anything to add to that as well?
Yeah, I can't recall if there were any in season 1, but season 2 definitely started to introduce the or at least a lot more of the unique hero-specific tokens. I know that villains had some in season 1, like Kingpin had like the plan tokens, but I don't think that the season 1 heroes had stuff like Iceman's frost tokens and stuff like that, or Boombo's bombs. So that was a cool new addition. And then the other thing that was like pretty pervasive, I feel like there were a lot of characters that got to use the stun tokens to block bans. Okay. And that was a season 2 thing as well.
Oh, really?
And I think that's
so
a really strong design of it. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's cool. Yeah, it's funny, sort of, especially like getting them all at once and sort of trying to work out what was what and what. Like, yeah, sometimes it's like, oh, I didn't realize. I think we talked last season about the one of the seasons didn't have like gain a token in the core set of locations and things like that, and not being aware that that wasn't a thing until this happened, or that. So yes, okay, so stuns weren't as pervasive in season 1 as well. Yeah, I think, and I've got a question. Because I know this sort of like kind of went hand in hand with starting hand cards, like those sort of permanent effect cards, like the ones that say like as long as this is in the storyline, you get that. Were there any of those in season? Like was that Eye of Agamotto as long as this is in the storyline ability, or like that was okay? So that was so there was sort of limited existence, and
there were villain equivalents too, because I know Green Goblin is from season 1 with his formula.
Right.
But the other thing, and almost not quite as important as starting hand, but also bottom of the deck was something that Phoenix has, and so does Old Man Logan, which were really interesting ways of changing up things for them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. All right. Well, let's get into our top 5s then. So what we're going to do, folks, we're going to go through our top 5 heroes, and who we really liked. I was, let's just say, I was gobsmacked at my list. Like, I'm stunned at what my list came out to be, actually, compared to what I thought was going to be in it. So I wonder how you guys went. I've got at least one I think I have as a shoe-in for one of you guys. But if you don't have this in your list, I'm amazed. Yeah. So let's start off with Andrew. So what is your number 5 top hero from season 2?
Okay. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to hate my hero list, and maybe even my villain list.
I promise to hate it. Like, not just like, a grudge. I'm like, visceral hatred.
Yeah, you're gonna have like a Kill Bill list of all my characters. I went with my number 5 choice just from the happiness I get out of playing as her, and just the fact that you can play as her in the game. I went with Snowbird from Alpha Flight. Alpha Flight in general was one of like the big selling points for me in this game. Like, whoa, I can't believe they're in this. This is fantastic. And then she just ended up being my favorite member of the team. Her cards were a lot of fun. Those animal spirit cards where you have like 3 actions there that you can just rattle off, and I'm like, those are really powerful. She just ended up being a lot of fun to use. Anytime I got her to the table, I'm like, okay, I got a good shot at winning this. No matter what, Snowbird's on the team, we're gonna be okay. She's just like a old, reliable, trustworthy friend. That you see her there in the hero pool, and you're like, yep, she's gonna help us out. So yes, Cataphract, thank you. Thank you for joining Team Snowbird.
You get some backup there.
Yeah, I get happy anytime I draw an Alpha Flight character's name, but she's the one that just never disappoints.
Awesome. That's a cool. Now, the fact that you started with that now has me. We'll see what happens with your second pick, but I'm like, are we going down this path? I wonder.
I have the same
thought. We'll see. So we're waiting with bated breath for your top 4. All right. Well, Nelly, are we going to have crossover? Here we go.
We are not, unfortunately, but crossover with the words old and reliable, but Old Man Logan. Is my number 5.
Mm-hmm.
On top of just Wolverine in general being one of my favorite characters, like top 3 easily, I really liked the story his cards told, with retired being the starting hand card, all of these tired of fighting cards that are giving you these punch tokens that you can't use, you just have to hold them. Like every time I play him, I just picture the movie with him, just like he doesn't want anything to do with fighting. Like it hurts him to fight because his like regen is slower. And he's just building up all these attack tokens, and then we get to the ending, the bottom of the deck. My name is Wolverine, and now at this point you've got like 16 punch tokens. It's just like, if the fight has lasted this long, whoever you are dead. It is not fair to you, but I'm not completed.
Yeah, fantastic choice. That what a story it tells. Like what a like a success in finding a way to in this game of like you've got like 3 different action choices and limited numbers of special effect cards and stuff, like to tell that story with those cards in that way is super fun. And to Dave's point about like they use that bottom of the deck sort of thing to really sort of get the arc of that right as well, which is cool. Yeah. What about yourself, Dave?
All right. Well, I have an honorable mention first.
Okay.
Who didn't quite make my list, and that is Dazzler. I find Dazzler to be a really fun character to play with. She kind of feels like Season 2's version of Spider-Man. Like mechanically, she's got a lot of similarities with him. But I think she's a lot of fun, but she didn't make the top of my list. My list would have had like a top 30. This was really challenging.
It was, right? Yeah.
So my number 5 goes to someone who I still really don't know much about this character, but they were someone I was really confused about when they showed up. And mechanically, I think they're rather interesting, and that is Dupe. The photography element of like wanting to like watch other characters do things and then being able to like reward them. I thought it was a lot of fun.
You got slimed. like you may as well just call him Slimer. Like he's like, again, I've got no sort of history with him from the comics or something, but I just love that he looks like Slimer as well. So it's just like you put him into stuff. But the photography thing is really cool. Yeah, it's a cool little, it's a fun little gimmick sort of thing. So no, that's a fun choice. Yeah. and he's a fun little character, but he's got like an interesting play style where you do that as well, which is cool. Well, I guess since you've set precedent there, I know you guys in the US, I think your law system goes by precedent, doesn't it? So you've opened the door for me to do honorable mention as well. This is someone who missed the cut. This is someone. I'm gobsmacked. I won't go too much more into what I'm, so I don't spoil the whole list, but like, I'm gobsmacked that someone like this didn't make the cut. And that is Wolverine. Wolverine is like, he's such a cool, he's like probably one of my favorite characters of all time in the X-Men and stuff. Like mechanically, he's not, the reason he doesn't sort of he's not sort of like super interesting, but he's perfect for what he actually is. You know, what's that saying? Like, you know,
he's the best.
He's the best there is at what he does. Yeah. So yeah, like, you know, his specials are all just like extra punches and stuff and moves and stuff, but like amazing. And he's got such a cool way of like doing the healing effect sort of thing and all that sort of stuff. He's just really cool. So he's a favorite character. I really wanted to, just for you know, loyalty's sake, you know, give it to him, but I just figured there were more interesting sort of characters and stuff. But there's a reason I bring him up, and that's because my number 5 utilizes him, and if you don't utilize him, you're doing it wrong, and that is Colossus. Colossus is my number 5, and again, he's not necessarily the most interesting character, but he's got a cool power in his like toughness thing where he can like tank a hit each turn or whatever. That's useful, right? But it's that like pretty much he's on the list at my number 5 for the Fast Fall special. That is such a cool thing. And again, if you're not doing it with Wolverine, like what are you even doing? Like as much as it's fun to like, you know, get the randomizer out and go, I'm going to throw Jubilee at you and stuff. Like just like
so long, dude.
Yeah, so stop taking photos. But like
this video footage is gonna look great.
Like, and it's one of those things that, you know, sometimes it just you can't pull it off. It's kind of situational and stuff like that. But when you do, I think it's kind of similar to Old Man Logan, right? You know, it doesn't always work out, but the fact that it's there and the fact that you can do it, and the name, like the fact that it's got that cool name, and you just every time you pull it off, you just picture like them crouching a little ball sitting on his hand, and he just shot put. Very cool. So I've got to go with Colossus for that, because I just love that little interaction between them, and it's just such a fun idea, and it just comes from pretty much like one card, or you know, like I think there's 2 copies of it or whatever, but like one card idea there, I think is so fun. So yep, that's my number 5 is Colossus. So all right, where everyone's been waiting. All right, let's see what Andrew says. See if our theories are correct, or do we have to go back to the drawing board? Who is Andrew's number 4?
Well, Colossus is a great choice. All right, for number 4 here, I have a name that we heard all too many times during the campaign, and that is the incredible Nightcrawler.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
Yes,
okay.
He is my number 4. I think I'm thinking of the design choices that had to be made, and how, you know, they must have been thinking, how do we integrate this teleportation thing into a game where, you know, the map is not enormous, and how do we make it feel powerful without it being too powerful? And I think just the simple, whoever had that idea of just make it mandatory, that clinched it. That made it, you really get the sense of that scene in X-Men 2 where Xavier is trying to track him, and you just see like the dot in Cerebro, and he's like, oh, his movements are so erratic, I can't lock onto him. You feel like that. You feel like that dot. You're like, every time, you know, you can't really, you can strategize to an extent, but you're just like, okay, I know I have to go here, but I can't stay there and wail on the villain, because I'm going to have to move, and then I'm going to have to move again. And just the fact that those are those black boxes where you got to do it, you feel that this is that erratic imp, this demon moving through the shadows, and you get the sense that there's this chaoticness to Nightcrawler's movements, and it really does feel like the Nightcrawler of that movie, and how well they sold the erraticness of how he moves around. So I really appreciated that. His cards look beautiful, and the text on the cards is a lot of fun too. So I always have fun whenever he comes up.
Yeah. Hey, do you guys mind if apologies, folks, watching at home as well. Just before we jump to Nelly, I forgot that I was going to share Cataphract's top 5. Now, he's actually put them in no particular order, so I'm just going to pick the top one off the list here. And it's actually a crossover. I've just looked at it, and it is Colossus. And his reasons are throwing people around is fun and thematic. So we're in agreement there. We're in alignment. So that was the top 5 that's the people's choice. Cataphract is representing the people here. So very cool, very cool. And yeah, amazing choice. Yeah. Nightcrawler, like such a cool way to capture him, sort of thing as well. And is that another thing that's man, as we're talking, I'm discovering new things about, like, I'm thinking, was season 2 the first time we saw mandatory effects, like that black boxes with the white? Yeah. There you go. It's another innovation that they've come up with. Yeah, that make it mandatory, and it sort of makes you wonder, what was the first idea they had? Like, was it Nightcrawler that made them think, oh yeah, mandatory, or was it like those location things where they were making the hazardous location? Like, where did they first think, oh, let's do a thing where like it's mandatory instead, sort of thing? And then how many different things that they were trying to nut out at the same time did they go, oh, that solves this problem and that solves this, and
And I like those mandatory boxes so much that I don't know about you guys, but I have a house rule where I enforce that rule on the Hulk Smash cards.
Okay, yeah.
That whole idea of like, you're going to damage everything in your spot. I feel like I don't want to say I choose not to, because that's very not Hulky. So I play those Hulk cards as if they were black.
Yeah. Do you know, I don't think I've ever, I think in my brain just doesn't make me think that that's an optional thing. Do you know what I mean? Like when you said that, I'm like, oh, you can choose not to play that special. And I'm like, oh, of course. Yeah. It's not a black bordered thing. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Well, good. Looks like my brain is making me enforce it today. That's cool. All right. Well, we're up to number 4 for Nelly. Who's going to follow? Is it Young Man Logan? We'll find out.
It's not. All the Wolverines were fighting for my 5th. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I kind of forgot they were all there. I'm like, yeah, number 5, Wolverine. Oh, but Logan. Oh, but Old Man Logan. So my number 4, which another quote unquote new thing that I guess I forgot to bring up, were anti-heroes.
Yes.
Season 1 had like hero Venom and villain Venom, but that's about it. And then there weren't any actual quote unquote like purple antis. But for me, my hero was number 4 is Emma Frost. She's just a character that I really like. She's like my main character in Marvel Rivals. And I really like having both the tankiness of her diamond form, which is like can't take damage and draw a card if you're like under 3, and then also getting like the telepath ability, like kind of like the best of both worlds, being both tanky and a telepath, getting like the actions on the previous 2 cards. So yeah, it just really feels powerful, and I think, don't quote me, but she might have been the first anti-hero that I played.
Okay.
I think like she was the first one that like RNGesus gave up to me.
Nice.
Excellent. Yeah, good choice. She's another one of those ones that I sort of forget about her, because she's not she doesn't, as a character, she doesn't have as special a place sort of for me in my lore and stuff like that. But then when I look at her cards again, I'm like, oh man, that's right, she's awesome. Like when we were going through this list, and I was sort of going through and trying to pick my thing, and he's like, she was one I came across. I'm like, oh wow, those are some cool abilities and that sort of thing as well. So yeah, great choice. Dave, who's gonna?
I want to comment on Emma Frost because I love Emma Frost, but I fell in love with her during the Generation X run, which was pre her whole diamond form thing. And so when I got her, I was kind of like, I mean, yeah, that's like a part. It's been a part of her character for like decades now. But when I think of Emma Frost, I think of her as not having that. And actually, one of the new minis on the Proxiatures Patreon is based off of her Gen X design. So I'm probably going to have to make my Gen X Frost that I've been planning on doing, but I was like, I don't really want to commission a figure for it because it doesn't look that different. But hey, they already made one, so now I'll go ahead and use that. But yeah, love Emma Frost, and then I can make Hero Sabretooth for that part too.
Yeah, nice. Excellent.
But let's see. So mine actually is connected to Emma Frost, and this is one of the students that Emma really wanted to get under her wing, and that is Kitty Pryde. Also a brand new feature with having a second figure moving around. And her implementation of Lockheed is kind of funny because like I love Kitty Pryde. I think she's great. I think she's great and would have been great on her own without Lockheed. And Lockheed could have been an optional thing, but she's not. And it's kind of weird because it's like I really like her implementation of having a pet more so than the regular pets things. I kind of wish you could separate it out and play it without. Lockheed is a really fun mechanic of moving him around and having him fire things off. Being able to use your move to move another figure is really cool. And then her being able to go invisible and ignore damage and gain heroic tokens as a result of that was really, really fun. That's played off in really interesting ways sometimes in games. But yeah, so big fan of Kitty Pryde.
Nice.
Yeah, those characters where like you can that just have these situational things where sometimes it just fires off in the right way and it just creates this cool combo that you really get that sort of fist pumping moment sort of thing is awesome. Yeah, I really like that.
It was a real happy accident because she's one of the characters that's involved in the Sugarman story. And I didn't actually design Sugarman thinking about Kitty Pryde's mechanics, but I played with her during it. And like gaining a bunch of heroic tokens in that fight is really good because you use them to hide. It ended up just like being a really great coincidence.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, there you go. And so what is? Oh, we've got a crossover. So my number 4 is Nightcrawler. And I don't know that I can say much more about Nightcrawler that you haven't so eloquently put, Andrew. But yeah, just like the way that he it just captures that sort of erratic sort of nature, sort of going back and forth and bouncing around the place. And you're right, like in my head, I just picture that movie scene, he's bouncing around the hallways of it's the White House, right? And he's doing all that sort of stuff. Is super fun thing. I love that he can carry the people with him with some of the cards, so you can sort of like teleport others around, and just a really sort of fun way to do that, and not over the top, like because he doesn't get a lot of because you don't necessarily always have a lot of choice, I guess. Like you got choice of where you're going to go, but you do have to sort of move, which can catch you out a little bit sometimes. But if you can combo that right with the other players' cards, you can get back to where you needed to be, maybe. And so it just forces you to sort of think of creative ways to sort of approach your turn. Just super fun. And the fact that I think he mostly just has single actions, doesn't he, on his cards, which is kind of cool as well, because he's not always there with you to support you, right? Because he's bouncing all around the place, so you can't always rely on him being there and stuff. I just think he tells a fun story. Again, they've found so many different ways to sort of tell stories with these characters, with such a limited palette of what mechanically what the game system is, sort of thing is just amazing. And it's super super fun for us homebrew designers, because this system, there's not a lot of convoluted stuff, so like we get to work within a pretty simple system, and then we just get to have fun like coming up with creative ways to use that sort of thing. So Nightcrawler, Yeah. Thank God he arrived at the end of that season or whatever, because he was one of the ones people were asking for, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So yeah. Let's have a look, see if I can see what Cataphract's next one was. Oh, okay. This is interesting. He says Feral from X-Force, I want to say, and maybe some of the other teams, but I know when I read the comics, Feral was part of X-Force. No idea why, but I find myself playing Feral a lot. I like that she can dodge crisis tokens, which is pretty rare. That is true. There's not a lot of that. And overall, she feels strong and fun to play. So there you go. One of those nebulous, just likes the character, enjoys playing them, and has a pretty cool interaction with crisis tokens and that sort of thing. So Feral, that is Cataphracts. That's the people's choice number 4.
Feral also kind of opened the way into DC's like flip cards, because isn't Feral like the one character in Marvel that actually has a flip effect?
I believe.
Oh, she might.
Oh,
Does Rogue? I thought Rogue had a.
Well, Rogue
flips other cards, doesn't she?
Yeah, Rogue has she just has a normal effect, and then as a result, the card flips. But Feral's acute senses is that like the next time she would take damage or get a crisis token, she can flip the card to ignore.
So it feels like a charged effect.
It that functions very much like the DC flip effect.
Yeah, I always like pointing that out as a Marvel fan. I always like pointing out, like, when people say, "Oh yeah, DC's so much better because it's brought all these new mechanics," and I'm like, "No, it didn't. We had it before. we had one copy of it. So it's like, yeah, okay, you did, because you're actually doing a lot more with it, but it's like, no, but we had like one villain that did like a under pressure effect. Like, what are you talking about?
we crawled so you can run.
That's right. But yes, that's cool. So Feral, there you go. Well, now Andrew, you had me thinking maybe we were just going to go exclusively Alpha Flight there, but now you've opened the door to, I have no idea where we're going next. So, what is your number 3?
Okay, so we started in Canada, we hopped over to Germany, and I think now we're going to the States for my number 3. This is a character that you've heard me talk about before many times, and he's my number 3 for a couple of reasons, and that's my buddy Strong Guy.
Yes.
Strong Guy he's a ton of fun. The mechanic of sort of pushing your luck and hoarding those punch tokens, and just knowing, you got to figure out the right time to let those go. Otherwise, you basically pop like a balloon that's just got too much air. What a absolutely flawless way to represent Strong Guy in this board game. Such a simple power and like a simple character, but not simple if you're under a deadline and you have to adapt him for a board game. But the people behind the game pulled it off. Andre and his team, they know what they're doing, and they found the greatest possible way to get Strong Guy to the table. Cataphract, yes. Oh,
yeah. You guys are in sync. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that whole thing with the tokens is so thematic, and it's so much fun. And the other reason why he made my list is because he is my go-to character, my go-to example of what makes the roster of this entire United game so great, because there is people like him there, because nobody ever comes over to my house and says, "Andrew, I heard you have a Marvel game. Can I be Strong Guy?" But the fact that he is there and he exists and you can play as him anytime you want is why this is the best Marvel game ever made.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I want to also say, we'll bring this back up again. Strong Guy, you were getting support there from Cataphract. I'm also supporting. He also almost made my list. So a bit of a spoiler there. He's not on there, but for the same reasons, right? Just what a cool power. Yeah. And I will say, if I had come over to your house, there's a strong chance that I would have said strong chance. I would have said Strong Guy, because he's one of my favorites. Like I know I've sort of talked about before that X Factor was probably as a, not a kid, but like as a teenager, sort of reading the comics when I sort of first discovered the X-Men stuff. It was X Factor that I really sort of was drawn to, and one of my favorite sort of aspects of X Factor was Strong Guy and his sort of banter between him and Quicksilver and his buddiness with Multiple Man and stuff. And he was such a cool character. He had such a dumb name. I just loved everything about him, and he even was like an interesting character, like psychology wise, that whole thing of like, he was the jokester because he was always constantly in pain, because that his whole thing to where he sort of like was almost ripping, his body was kind of ripping apart because of I think he got hit by a bus or something when he first, when his power sort of first, what do they call latent mutant power first arrived, sort of thing. He was hit by a bus and he didn't know he didn't know how to use his power, so he couldn't like release the energy. So he just kind of like became sort of like all, what's the word, like his body kind of like mutated or whatever. So like but a really cool character. I really liked him. So yeah, I want to play a Strong Guy. Very cool choice. That was your number 3, wasn't it?
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah. Nice place for him. Very cool. How about yourself, Nelly? Number 3.
So my number 3 will be pretty quick because we've already spoken about him. But before we do, I just want to hop on the Strong Guy train and point out that Strong Guy was the character that taught me that I was playing the game wrong.
Oh!
when I first started playing the game back in season 1, I didn't realize there was a difference between actions and tokens.
Oh,
yeah.
So I thought like I play this card, so like you gave me a move and a punch, and then I play a heroic, so I'm getting these 3 tokens. And if I don't use them on my turn, I keep them. So then the first time RNG gave me Strong Guy, and I saw that effect where it was like, you can't take damage. When you do, you get a token. But if you have 4, you lose them all. And I was like, how does that work? Because, I'm getting 2 tokens from the previous card, 1 token from my card. If I ignore any damage, I lose them all. So like I went onto the Discord and I found like 3 other people who asked the same question, and then the answer was like, there's a difference between actions and tokens. Like, oh, I've been playing this game wrong. Okay.
There you go.
But my number 3, there's nothing else to be said but Nightcrawler.
Yeah. We've covered him. Yeah, like he's a pretty unique design, pretty like strong. Yeah, I could see how we got. And you know what's funny actually? There's so many. I mean, it's like, but there are some real standout designs, and I feel like when we said like, oh, we might not have much crossover, I was like, I don't know. I think there are some that we're going to get some crossover on. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. Nightcrawler, salute. Very cool. And Dave, this was number 3, wasn't it? What was your number 3?
Well, before I jump into mine, I wanted to comment also on Strong Guy.
Yeah, go for it.
So I don't really know Strong Guy's history in the real universe, but in Age of Apocalypse, which is where I'm more familiar with him from, he was the bodyguard for Lila Cheney, the music like rock star interstellar traveler. And I'm sad we don't have her yet. I hope we eventually get her, because I think they could do some fun stuff with her. But my number 3 is also a member of X Factor, and it is Multiple Man, who was really fun to play around with, because it's like you're risking taking up slots with your dupes, but then you can do actions in the locations where the dupes are, which is like really fun. He kind of feels a little bit like the pet type mechanic, kind of like Kitty Pryde, but like a different approach to that. So it was a lot of fun.
And he's great too, because minis from Mars make those really cool little Multiple Man dupes as well. And they are the business, those things. And I think it was Jiro from the Meeple Monkey Facebook community group that's he posted. He had a collection of them and he painted them. So he painted all of them as little miniature multiple men, and they look even like they as cool as I thought they looked on the table already. Like they look really cool when they're all painted, sort of thing as well. But yeah. But like I think there's I don't know you get like 20 of them or something in the pack, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if I want to paint 20 of them. But like, but surely they wouldn't take that long because they're little tiny guys. But yeah, he did a really good job with those. They're very cool. Yeah, multiple man, great pick. He was probably as a kid. I don't know if it's still true these days, but I definitely have the nostalgia feeling. But he was like my favorite X-Men character. Like, so my favorite team was X Factor, and it was pretty much my favorite team was X Factor because of Multiple Man being my favorite character. He was just I loved everything about him. He was a jokester as well, and he was funny and stuff, and but it had the tragic moments like where he there was some bad guy, I forget what B grade team these guys were when they were fighting in the Executioner song, but they were having some I think it actually might have been after the Executioner song. Anyway, they were fighting some B grade team, and some bad guy that was kind of like his mutant powers that he was a dinosaur or something, like but like human sized or whatever. He was fighting Multiple Man, and he bit down on Multiple Man's arm, and then Multiple Man was really cut up and sad about it, and he was like, I'm really sorry, and then he used his Multiple Man power to multiply inside the guy, and the guy just exploded because he was inside his mouth, sort of thing. And then he was like the tube that came out was just covered in gore, and you could see he was just so traumatized by the whole thing. And I was like, I can't believe this just happened. I'm just reading these comics and everyone's going bam, pow, and then just this horrific thing that's horrifically killed this bad guy and also traumatized this the hero and everything. I was like, wow, I didn't know comics could do that. So yeah, that's an indelible.
There's a Multiple Man comic run, and I don't know where it starts, but I've always wanted to read it. There's a thing where he sends a dupe of himself into Bishop's future and sees the whole Summers Rebellion that Bishop talks about. That's supposed to be a really cool storyline. I've been wanting to read that.
Yeah. I think there's a whole bunch of cool stuff around him as well, isn't there? And when X Factor became that detective agency, wasn't he kind of a big character in that? And and I think he's another reason.
He was not identified as a mutant, and he worked with Moira for a really long time.
Oh, okay.
I think prior to him becoming Multiple Man.
I really one of the reasons I like Twice in My Hero Academia as well. It's because he's pretty much Multiple Man, but the dark version sort of thing. So he's really cool, and he got very similar vibes. He's kind of a bit of a jokester and that sort of stuff. So, yeah, excellent. All right, well, that was Multiple Man. Oh wait, are we up to me?
Yeah.
Well, we almost have crossover, because this was an honorable mention by someone, and I think only one of us has done an honorable mention, so we know who this is. And that is, I went with, and this floored me that this person is on my list, but they were just so much fun to play, and that's Dazzler. Don't know much about Dazzler. I kind of got a soft spot for her because I know she's associated with Longshot, who I think is cool because I really like his model leaping over that brick wall and stuff. But Dazzler, I sort of barely even knew that she was a character. I remembered her being in, I think, the X-Men arcade game. Do you remember playing that, going to the arcade, and it was the scrolling beat 'em up sort of one? And Dazzler sort of had, I think she just kind of her power, she just got a glowing thing around her that knocked out the bad guys around her or whatever. Speaking of, by the way, let's do a new stream on on the X-Men arcade game. But Nightcrawler was super cool in that game too, because you would go boom, 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 and when you pressed your special power sort of thing, that he was cool. But I remember her from that. But then, so I didn't sort of have much association. But I think we were playing a game maybe together, Dave, or maybe I was playing a game. I think it might have been that I joined a stream with I think Derek.
I think it was when we were playing with Derek. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was the that was the game where I couldn't work out how my sound wasn't working. So I think my voice was like this in the background the whole time. But I think it's because either I had my headphone up like this the entire time, or I had like the sound turned way down on the actual computer and I didn't know that was a thing. So I thought I just had a bad connection, but it was like I just didn't know how to use a microphone properly the whole game. I ruined the stream. It was like, okay, I'm gonna have a tiny little turn with Dazzler in the background here. But I was just blown away by how much she could do with her power. And I think what makes her so good is that she's got multiple of those cards, right? But the action at the bottom is a movement. So if you can kind of be in the right situation, like you can be in a spot that has a lot of civilians, grab a lot of punches, move to the next spot that has a lot of thugs and beat them all up, or vice versa. Like you can be in a spot with a lot of thugs, use the movement, get across, and then use all the what do you call those things? The heroic tokens to take them out as well. So like very cool. Super fun. I just thought she was a super fun mechanically to play, and not necessarily interesting from a story perspective, but just a fun one. You have those moments where you pull off a great turn and you just get that cheering moment. And I guess it's similar to, like you said, Spider-Man. I know we copped a little bit of flack for saying how cool Spider-Man was, but I will not apologize for liking a character that's powerful and fun to use. So yeah.
What I like about Dazzler though is she has no upper limit, right? Like Spider-Man, I think, is you can rescue 3 civilians and get but Dazzler's like, for each you rescue, you can rescue all. And like you did 5 in that one game. That was great.
Yeah. Let's go to New York. All right. And we'll arrest all the people on the street selling the the watches. All the what is it? They have the trench coats and they're all selling watches. It's like we're gonna do a bust. We're gonna so yeah, that was cool. That was a lot of fun. So Dazzler, and let's have a look. That was my number 3. The next one on the list for Cataphract. Cataphract says, this one someone's mentioned this one before, and that is Boom Boom. That time bomb is really unique. That's true, cool. And I think even to this day it's still kind of a bit unique, isn't it? There's not a lot of characters that do something similar to that. Mm-hmm. And she's a pretty fun all-around bruiser, and having read all those early X Factor comics and stuff, I now have a bit of a soft spot for her as well. Like I'm like, oh yeah, she's a cool character. So yeah, excellent, good choice there. All right, moving right along, we're getting to the pointy end of the heroes. Number 2, this character just missed out on the number 1 spot. So let's see who that is for Andrew.
We're switching geographical locations again. I just realized none of my 5 characters live in the same area, so we're actually going very, very far away.
Oh, well, hold on. That means, okay, so we can do some detective work, because if none of the 5, that means whoever you say now is going to eliminate another geographical area, and we might have some clues as to where the last person is.
Well, that's right.
All right, hit us with number 2.
So number 2, we're going very, very far away. In fact, we're going outside of our solar system in general to a planet whose name I can't remember, because we're going to go with the Silver Surfer. Zenla, that's his planet. Yeah, we're going to Zenla with the Silver Surfer, who, first of all, one of the best minis in the entire run of United across all 4 seasons.
Comes pre-painted.
Yeah, beautiful pre-painted little silver mini. And then to top it off, they managed this Herculean task of giving us a character who, for all intents and purposes, is a real OP character in the comics. I mean, it's kind of like if somebody came over and was like, I'm going to play a Silver Surfer, like without knowing what their cards were like ahead of time, like you can tell, okay, that person just wants to win. They just want to be the most powerful person around the table. And then you get Surfer's cards, and yeah, they're powerful. He's got I believe the Nigh Immortality card there, and like he's drawing extra cards on his draw step and all that, and you feel just completely. You never feel like you're going to be knocked out or anything when you're playing a Silver Surfer. However, they somehow managed to keep a balance where just because I have Surfer in my hand, I don't always feel like I have the game in the palm of my hand. I don't always feel like, oh, I'm going to take on anybody. Bring it on. Vulture? Yeah, sure. I got the Silver Surfer. Like, I never get overconfident. He does not break the game. And I think it's very, very hard to stay true to Silver Surfer without breaking the game. And they found a way to do that. And like, I can't fathom how they did it, but the cards just, they add up to a character who is great and who is very powerful, swimming in wilds, but he's not going to guarantee you a win. And the art on his cards is beautiful. His mini, like I said, is beautiful. Like, just all around beautiful design. They hit all the right notes for Silver Surfer, and they made it just something special. He really truly feels like a special character.
And that's a great point about like his design and not breaking it, because like that's such a, like you say, it's a difficult thing. Like when we do this, like the homebrew design and we have a go at it ourselves, it is really hard to sometimes like try and capture how powerful a character actually is, but rein it in to the game so it still works within the game. And yeah, like that's a really impressive feat with characters like, you know, with the, what do they call it? The power cosmic or whatever the thing that he's got, you know, like how do you do that without just making it, well, what's the point of even playing the game now? Because here he is, I win. That's an impressive feat sort of thing. So, you know, and there's characters like Galactus and not Galactus. Well, yeah, I guess you could say the same for Galactus and Thanos and stuff like that. That if you and some people have attempted as well, but you know, if you were to make like hero versions of them, it's like how do you capture everything that they can do in a way that's going to sort of be still like give you interesting choices as well, and all of that sort of stuff. So yeah. Very cool. Well, that was Silver Surfer number 2. Wow. Okay, so whoever is in number 1 has big shoes to fill. But also, you haven't narrowed it down, because now if you've opened up the whole realm of like beyond the solar system, it's like, oh, okay, could be from different planets now as well and realities. But I do like that you've brought up. This might be the first one that we've sort of mentioned that this season 2, as much as we call it the X-Men season and everything, it did include that Fantastic Four box, so that little world is open for talking about as well. So excellent. Well, Nelly, your numero dos, is that 2?
Yes.
Yeah. I started to say it, then I realized I don't know what the word is. Quick, pull it out of the back of your mind. Number 2.
To quote Maple Monkey, I'm not going to apologize for playing a powerful hero. And to quote Andrew, a character with a bunch of wilds, weighing in at a grand total of 24 wilds, my number 2 is Phoenix.
Good choice.
Like, anytime I play her, it's just like, I'm going to be strong. I am going to be probably overpowered, at least on my turns anyway. Not like the fact that also, because most of my cards don't even give any actions, but thanks to my starting hand card, the other players just kind of skip me. So as long as that card doesn't get flipped face down, in the event that card does get flipped face down, it's hilarious. But just having literally just 25 or 24 wilds and then 2 wild tokens that I give to other people, like, you know, keep the change. It just always feels powerful to play her.
Yeah. And yeah, again, like they found like fun ways to create, like how do you show the difference between the overpowered awesomeness of the power cosmic and how do you show the overpowered awesomeness of the Phoenix Force and all these sorts of things that are like, whenever they're described, they're like, this is the most powerful thing in the universe. And it's like, this is also the most powerful thing in the universe sort of thing. It's like, how do you tell that? And that, you know, they've both done it in different ways and stuff, which is cool. Yeah. So yeah, awesome. Yeah. and an awesome mini too, right? With all the flames going off and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Well, Dave, we've got number 2.
So this one is actually not like a crazy character, but I kind of think of this as like the Ant-Man of season 2. Ant-Man I thought was like a great character from the core box from season 1. And this is Storm, who is always someone I'm happy to play as. She's got some really fun, just like move everybody around and then attack from anywhere with lightning. And like, she's just fun to play with. And like, I'm never not satisfied playing with her.
Yeah. She's like, I'll sort of give a bit of a spoiler here, but like I was gobsmacked with my list that it wasn't just all like my favorite iconic things. That was the reason I wanted this season, right? All my iconic like X-Men, 90s X-Men and that sort of stuff. Your Wolverines and your Storms and your Cyclopses and stuff. So they're not on this list because, again, I think I was when I was putting this list together, I was more in a mind frame of like, oh, let's find what are my things I'm having most fun with, or these memorable moments and stuff like that. But these guys are always just good, solid fun. And I know when I do a lot of my play testing with new villains or if I'm wanting to test out like Nellie's designs and your designs, Dave, and Mazu and all the guys there, like I'll often pick the core set X-Men and stuff to start with, just to sort of like, because I think they've got a good fun range of powers and stuff like that, and they're just got lots of different things going on that sort of explore different elements of the game that I'm like, okay, well, let's see how this villain goes against these powers and stuff. And you're right, whenever Storm comes up, I'm like, oh yeah, Storm, she's cool. Like I can move around, I can attack from anywhere. Like, yeah, she's a cool one. So yeah, very, very cool choice. Yeah. I like her. All right. Who's my number? Oh, now this character, number 2. This is a character that I didn't know much about. I thought was kind of like when I wasn't as much into, because I was really only into the X-Men comics for a little while and stuff like that. Never really got much into the Marvel comics. So this was always a character that they were famous enough that you knew them, but it was sort of from a comic that I thought was a bit dorky, and this character seemed a bit corny and a bit dorky and a bit old-fashioned, and from the golden age of like comics that were a bit old-fashioned for me and stuff like that. But he seemed to. So my sense of him was he was a bit old-fashioned and dorky and stuff, and so I don't know whether he was always this popular in the world of the actual fans who have been into the comics for a while and really invested in all that sort of stuff. But this character seemed to go through. Do you remember, like, with the advent of YouTube and social media and Facebook and these sorts of things, with these new generations of people, these young millennials and these these generations coming through. They're rediscovering these old, like, just random actors and stuff, and just like putting them on pedestals. And all of a sudden, every social media post is about these guys, and they just all fall in love with these people, and they become these like overnight sensations again. And it happened with Bill Murray. Do you remember when Bill Murray went through this thing where, like, I don't know, my Facebook feed would just get filled with all these things about, oh, Bill Murray is such a great guy. Like, I remember one time I was in a cafe with Bill Murray, and he walked up and he smiled at me and picked up the thing that I dropped and handed it to me and said, hey, you're cool, or whatever. And like, oh, he was really cool. He came and like said hi to my kid or whatever. And it just all of these over the top sort of posts about Bill Murray. He just became like popular with like young people again. And the same thing happened with Jeff Goldblum. Oh my God, Jeff Goldblum, what a cool guy, blah, blah, blah. Like, he was like sort of background character in Jurassic, you know what I mean? Like he never made an impact on me when he was big, and then all of a sudden he just had this social media uprising, and now he's become flavor of the decade or whatever. And all of these sort of like weird sort of actors that like had their heyday back in the 80s or the 90s, and then all of a sudden in the noughties and stuff, they just sort of like blew up social media wise. There's my long rambling story. And you guys, I don't know if you guys agree with me that this was a phenomenon, but I feel like feel like this was a thing, right? Do you guys remember the Bill Murray thing? Yeah. Anyway, I can't remember any other examples of that, but I'm sure there are other examples, right? This character is all over my social media stuff or my comic book social media stuff, and everyone's loves him. And and I don't understand. It's like the Batman level of how is this guy on the same level? Oh, just because of planning, like. Everyone's like, oh, okay, Batman and the Hulk, Batman and Silver Surfer, Batman and this. Oh yeah, Batman would win because of planning, and he's got some gadgets and stuff, right? This character, Dr. Doom, he's like a dude in a metal thing with a burnt up face, right? What powers does he have? He's just a guy that's like super good at plans or something, but he's just all over social media. And like, who would win? It's always Dr. Doom, right? He would always win. But the cool thing about him, and the reason I love him, and I'm buying into this hype, is he has the swagger. He fully owns it and is like, of course, I'm Dr. Doom. Of course I'm going to win. Galactus, get out of here. I'm Dr. Doom. You've got no chance. And he just names himself and he wins. Like, I have the power of doom. I am better than lesser men. And like, he's such an awesome braggart. Like, I'm sure there's lots of people that are like, oh, actually, he's got this power and this power and this power. Like, he doesn't seem to have power. He's got this dorky like looking suit from looks like he's from like the like Superman DC comics of like the 40s. Like, he just looks like a dork. He's got the dorkiest name ever, Dr. Doom. It's like playing Warhammer back in the day, and it's like going through the decks of cards. It's like, what do they name this sword? The Sword of Doom. What do they name this crown? The Crown of Doom. Like such an uninteresting name sort of thing.
Dan, I think you're really missing the point here. He's a doctor.
He's a doctor, right? And of course, he will remind you that he's not. If you ever walk up to him and say, hey, Doom, I'm going to fight you, he'll stop you and go, excuse me, I didn't go through like 16 years of like medical school to be called Doom. I'm Dr. Doom. This is the thing about him. He just owns it. So any of this ridiculous critiques I've got of him, he will just wipe the floor with me because he is Doom. And that's all you have to say. He is like, how does he win? He's Doom. Like, it's a better excuse than Batman. Or how does Batman win? Or planning. Like, you say, how does he win? Because he's Doom. Like, that's how he wins. So good. So, Dr. Doom, an awesome character, and it's because he's awesome in the game, but also he's got that braggadocious sort of like, I don't know if that's a word, but I think it's a word, but like he's got that power, which is like a starting hand power or something, which is reserved for mutants in this season, right? They're like mutant powers. His mutant power is he's better than lesser men. Like I think that's what it says. I think it says like I am like better than lesser men. Like what a cool power. He's like self-willing himself just to be better than everyone else, and it's a cool power. Like he just gets like whatever token of his choice. If he gets damaged, amazing. I think it's pain is for lesser men or something.
Pain is for lesser men.
Amazing. What a cool ability. And he doesn't have that ability. He just believes he does, and and it works. It's so good. And then and that's not even the best thing. Then he gets that thing where he's like, oh yeah, this like, okay, cool story. You can use a card from the like he could use like 1 million cards, and he's got tons of those. It comes with wild to the bottom. And it's also super jerkish because he turns everyone else's cards down. So he's like, oh, Wolverine, you're good at healing, are you? Not anymore. But thanks for the actions. Like he's such a cool character. So that is my strong opinions on Dr. Doom.
Every time I see Doom anywhere, it makes me laugh. Like I always, like my favorite, I haven't even read the comic, but every time I see this comic strip, I always just die laughing where there's like, there's like some celestial is talking to Doom, and it's just like, I appear to Victor Von Doom and I give him a simple challenge. Say that Reed Richards is smarter than you and you will pass. He laughs, then he laughs some more, and then he turns and leaves. He passes himself. I concur.
It's so good. Like, yeah, and like every panel is like, you know, him and Thanos, and like just punching Thanos through the ribcage and ripping out his spine and his skull like Predator style. Or like, I think he like blasts. I think he's like teaming up with Kang and like just absolutely annihilates Kang. And it's just like he's so good. It's just like
There's a couple comics with him and Conan hanging out that you need to read.
Oh, amazing! There you go. There you go.
They have a surprisingly really cool relationship.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, that's cool because he's kind of a bit like a Thulsa Doom sort of character too.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I guess Conan would have some mixed like daddy issues there with.
He's like the one person that I'm aware of that's gotten Doom to take off his mask.
Oh, Conan is.
They were eating together, and he questioned. He's like, "Why do you have the mask on?" He's like, "Because I'm injured." He's like, "Oh, okay, so you're Bane." And then Doom just like didn't say anything. He just took the mask off and started.
So good, so good. Well, now we have. Oh no, hold on. Oh, okay. This is number. This is cool. All right, so I've just snuck ahead and looked at Cataphract's number 2 and 1 as well. And I like what's going on here. Number 2 for Cataphract is Captain Generic. And this, or should we say Guardian? Or should we say Vindicator? I get confused with those names all the time. But yeah, Guardian. Yeah. Great team player, and Cataphract likes playing Alpha Flight games, and Guardian is my favorite of them. I remember using him. He is pretty powerful, isn't he? He's got a lot of cool. I think he gets like, does he get wild or give wilds or something? And he's,
I think so. He's giving out a lot of tokens and stuff.
And he's robotic, so I think he's got protection abilities and stuff, doesn't he? As well, like he's got some sort of
like battlesuit armor.
Yeah. He's a good one. So good pick there, Cataphract. Yep. Old Captain Canada, Captain Maple Leaf, powered by poutine or whatever it's called. So yes, good choice. Which means, guys, congrats. We're almost an hour and a half in, and we've just covered the heroes. So I think we're doing all right here. We are up to our number 1. This is our top hero pick. Who is it going to be for Andrew Fantasia? Now, let me think of countries we haven't been to. Anyone from Greenland? Anyone from New Zealand? Any Kiwis in the? No, I can't think of any. No. All right.
Not that I know of. No.
All right.
No, we've left all those other countries behind. We've left Zenla behind. Now we are zipping back to Earth. And we're going to Central Europe because my number 1 is Dr. Doom.
Dr. Doom.
He is so much fun. Every time I play one of his cards and I just see the like over the top bombastic text that you can just see Doom screaming to the heavens every time he speaks. He's so entertaining, and I love that about him. And I love all the different things he can do, like those like using those 3 other cards and flipping them. So Doom. It's just a wild time. You're laughing, you're being entertained by the over-the-topness of this villain as you're playing as him. And that's kind of a rare thing in these games. As much as I'm really looking forward to Avengers Doomsday next year, I'm also, it's bittersweet because I know in my heart and soul, Dr. Doom should sound like General Grievous from Revenge of the Sith. And I know that's not what Robert Downey Jr. is going to do. So whatever Doom we get is going to be very muted. He's not going to be the type to raise his fists and say, pain is for lesser men. So, it is what it is. But the fact that we have that iteration of Doom on this table is
so good.
And I never would have guessed when this game was coming out and they first announced Anti-Heroes, which was a beautiful thing. I never would have guessed Doom would be one. But I'm glad he is, because getting to play as Doom is really entertaining.
Yeah, amazing. And you reminded me, even his model is doing that, isn't it?
Yeah.
So good. Yeah. He's got a good cape game as well. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, nice. That's fantastic choice. Doom is happy that he is at the pinnacle of your list there. I think so.
Yes. He would have killed me otherwise. So
I'm still expecting a laser blast from one of the. Awesome. All right. Well. Wouldn't it be funny if I chose Reed Richards as number one and put him as number one on my list? Nelly, who was your number one?
It's Reed Richards now. So this is going to dip a little bit into the challenge segment, but Deadpool is my number one. He is like my favorite character in general. And then when his box came out and I saw his cards, I just died laughing because all of his special effects are written on paper. He's got the even the font, it's actually written on his cards. He has the Deadpool challenge deck.
Yep.
I don't use too often because usually if I'm playing Tabletop Simulator by myself. Most of the time, so most of those cards don't really have any effect. But then if you're playing Deadpool, he also has cards that force you to use the Deadpool challenge. Yeah. And it just always makes me laugh. And the challenge deck in itself is hilarious with different things taped, quote unquote taped onto the cards. They look, regardless of how they play, they look exactly how I would imagine Deadpool's cards would look like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they 10 out of 10. I love it.
Yeah. They really captured what he's all about there, I think, which is cool. Yeah. Excellent. All right, Dave, I wonder if we're going to have, this is your last chance for heroic crossover. Are we going to get crossover, or are you going to strike out on your own path and
I think
bring
you'll
something?
know this one because I think this
hold
one
on.
will come to a surprise.
Yes. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, this is okay. So I forgot. This is of the whole list we're going to do heroes and villains. This is the one that I think I've guessed. And yes, we'll see. Yeah.
This is only sort of a season 2 character because this version of this character didn't count during season 2, but it is the heroic version of Mr. Sinister.
I
love playing this character.
I knew it.
So I still haven't forgiven you, by the way, for
yeah.
for that one stream.
Damn you!
What an amazing story you can tell with that deck. It's so good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what a jerk. I think you mentioned something, Andrew, about when you were talking about Doom or something about a villainous sort of character, and it reminded. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I think I know who Dave's character is going to be, because it's and another cool way to tell that selfish villainous anti-hero sort of story as well, which is really cool. Yeah. And I like that they also made use of, because he came with, as a villain, he came with the little DNA tokens, right? Yeah. So I love that they worked that into the design as well, because you use those to put them on the cards or something, don't you? Or yeah, that's cool as well. Yeah. He's a cool character, classic X-Men, and especially what's really good is because we're talking about the X-Men season, it's great that he's such a iconic sort of character, and the way that they sort of made him as a hero, as a fun way to use him in this one, albeit a bit late. He wasn't sort of designed this way in that season. I sort of wonder if they had ideas, or if this was an idea that came late, and they, you know what I mean? I wonder if this is something they just couldn't squeeze in when it came out originally.
I don't think so, because I feel like they would have designed more of the anti-heroes this way, where they have their own,
that's true.
Apocalypse definitely would have won for himself and not for the team.
Yeah. I
And
think
Sinister would have been a great purple mini too. So they would have wanted to jump on that if that was the case.
Yeah. And I think that's sort of too. It might sort of like, I don't know if I fully agree with what Cataphract was saying, but like this is sort of like, I guess, leaning towards what he was saying is that like it's an idea of like he was saying that season 2 felt like the hero design that they pushed the boundaries, but to him they didn't push them far enough. And that's sort of like, they were sort of pushing the boundaries of having these anti-hero sort of characters that seem a little bit selfish, like Doom with that flipping the cards and stuff, but like Sinister sort of takes it to a whole new realm of winning for yourself and all that sort of stuff as well. So
I do wonder when Cataphract also joined into the United scene, because I think all of you have all noted that there are things about season 2 that like I didn't realize that was new for season 2 because I kind of joined at the time, right? Season 1, like I think there are a lot of really cool additions to season 2 beyond the obvious starting hand card thing.
Yeah. Well, I've been like, there's been so much that's popped up as we're discussing that I'm like, oh yeah, that was this. Oh yeah, that was the thing that we added. And it's kind of surprised me. And it's funny as well because I was surprised how much I loved all the stuff and how much cool stuff there was in season 1 when we were celebrating that. And it's kind of surprising me how much more there was in season 2 that I didn't realize was like new innovations and stuff as well. So it's kind of it's been an interesting, like, that feels like that's in contrast with each other, but it's just how it's feeling to me, sort of thing. So all right, well, that was your number 1. So that means we've got 2 more. I've got my one, and then we'll talk about Cataphracts as well. But mine's an interesting one again. I'm so flabbergasted that I never ended up having any of the core X-Men and that sort of thing. But I'm also flabbergasted, and I'm grateful for some of you guys for including these in your list. But I'm so flabbergasted that I never put any of the I don't think I put any of them in, the X Factor guys. Because they're my favorite team, and they've got so many cool, like they're a team full of unique abilities and things like that. But I just, for some reason, I think I played like some of them early on, and like I found Multiple Man overwhelming, and so I don't think I've played him since. I think I've played him once on camera, and then I've never played him again because I just found him too confusing and I didn't know the right moves to make to like really make the most out of his Multiple Man. So he's one I probably should go back and try out, sort of thing.
He is kind of like an engine builder inside Marvel United. It's wild.
Yeah, right. So, and in terms of like talking about like favorite designs and that sort of thing, he is a really cool design. So I'm really surprised that I didn't, him and Strongman, right? That the way they captured his sort of building up that kinetic energy or whatever, and then having to release it before it's overcharged or whatever. Some really cool things there. But I've ended up going with one that I thought was a cool mechanic, a cool way to tell the story of this character. A character that I don't have a lot of attachment to, but is cool, and I like their idea behind them. But it's probably my most favorite Marvel United moment. Like, he's the character I think I was using that I just loved it, and it was like, again, kind of situational, but is designed in a way that I feel like you can engineer it to happen in most games, whether or not it pays off to the maximum degree or not. But that is Cannonball. Like, he is such a fun one. It's totally surprised me, but didn't surprise me, because when I was thinking like, I've got to go back and think of the season 2 characters and stuff, he's just always in my mind, because whenever I think of Marvel United, one of my core memories is one of the early games I played on camera, I think. And I think I had teamed him up with Sunspot as well. And they were just super fun to just be flying around the place. And I can't remember. I think it might have been Cannonball who pulled it off at the end, but he just like flew around, and he's got this cool thing where he's got a couple of cards where you can build up movement tokens. So he's got this one card that like he sort of runs around, builds up movement tokens, and whilst he's doing that, it gives him protection for that round or whatever as well. And then he's got these other couple of cards that like create the payoff for that, which is you can, for every location you move into or something, you get to gain a punch token. So if you've built up a bunch of move tokens, you can fly around, then build up a bunch of punch tokens. And if you can end up landing in the perfect spot with the villain, you can just clobber them with like a whole bunch of attacks. And it's kind of similar to what you were saying, Nelly, with Old Man Logan. It's like, doesn't always work, but it's such a fun thing to try and pull off. And if you can get that thing where he comes out of retirement, he's got 16 punch tokens and you lay the smack down, it's just so fun. And I still always remember, and I think that was one of the real moments that I just fell in love with this game, and I knew that I was just going to keep filming more games and that sort of thing, because that moment was I just was so excited in the moment, and I just really loved it, and I still remember that moment of the game, sort of thing. So and let's I don't know if did you guys put any of these messages up while I was rabbiting on there, but Cataphract, because he was answering your question, Dave, I jumped in the same place as most of you, went all in on season 2 and got to season 1. So we're a lot of us are coming from that thing of like, it's hard to sort of separate them out in terms of our experiences, our memory of them. But then if you study what was in each set, you start to see the picture of how the game progressed, sort of thing.
I'm just going to run to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, go for it, absolutely. And Cataphract says, Cannonball feels great, when you get that combo off, which is like, yes, it's such a stand-up moment, sort of thing. And I think maybe one of the reasons why Old Man Logan was not on my list in Cannonball is I very rarely can pull off Old Man Logan, whereas with Cannonball I feel like I have a better chance with that. But so Cannonball, super good fun. And I really, really like him. And I also like going Cannonball. I don't know why, but it's super fun. That's all the heroes from us here. But we've got one more hero that we're going to mention, and that is Cataphract. And now Cataphract also giving me props here, the standing up for Team X Factor, has chosen an X Factor character. And in fact, when I was reading Cataphract's list before, I got really excited because I saw that he said Feral, and I was like, oh yes. And then I was like, oh no, Feral. Feral's the lame version of this character, because I was always Team X Factor and not Team X Force. Despite the fact that I put Cannonball as my number 1, so that's Team X Force, but we've swapped positions. But Wolfsbane, and I remember really, really, Wolfsbane was in the running. Like I was considering her. I remember early on being really impressed with Wolfsbane and how powerful her ability is. I think she's got that ability where she can really she can just annihilate every thug in the location just for free. And it just says defeat. So you could be fighting against Strife with all these double hit henchmen, thugs and stuff, and you can just take out all the thugs in one go. I think that's right. Let's see. Well, maybe let's have a look at Cataphract. Might actually, I'll let Cataphract explain their reasoning, because it might mention it. One of the best feelings is getting hyper keen senses to trigger. Don't sleep on being able to wipe out a location's worth of thug. There you go. Yeah, amazing. And maybe you guys can remind me, what was hyper keen senses again? I forget what was. That sounds like a fun one to trigger as well.
If during the next villain turn, like if the villain ends their movement in your location, you can jump to an adjacent location and like punch twice.
Oh, cool. Yes. Yeah. Very cool. And that actually, that would be sort of fun, really fun to try and pull off against like a multi-villain fight. So they land in your location, you jump to another spot and punch another villain sort of thing or something. That'd be cool. Yeah. So great choice. Wolfsbane, the literal underdog. But yeah, I always really liked her character in the story too. And I loved that, Executioner's Song era, crossover thing where X-Force and X-Factor fought, and Feral and Wolfsbane sort of like were going at each other and getting aggro at each other, and I think they were fighting over Cannonball as well and stuff as well, which is cool. So yes, excellent choice there. Now I should give the caveat as well with Cataphract's top 5 that we just went through. He did make mention that was in no particular order, so I know I sort of listed them as the top 5, but that was kind of like just his top collection of heroes. So excellent, very cool. Well, as awesome as the heroes were, and I guess that's the thing. I guess for me, the big changes in season 2 for the game and how different it was. For me, a lot of it was in the heroes because it was like starting hands and it was this and that and talking about that sort of stuff. But I guess if you could say anything for like the villains, for me, the sense is that they just got tougher. I don't know about you guys. I realize I've sort of broken the mold. I should have let you speak first, Andrew. But
it's okay. Actually, while you're setting up the villains, I got to go grab some water anyway. So
yeah, go for it.
Yeah,
absolutely. All good. So we're about to launch into talking about our top 5 villains.
Do we want to talk about our lowlights for the heroes?
You're right. Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, I did. Sorry, I talked to the guys about. I think the last time we did this, we did the lowlights after we did all this, but I forgot that we probably should break it into heroes and villains and that sort of thing. So yes, good point. Thanks for keeping me on track, Dave. Lowlights. Are there any lowlights for you? And we might start with Nelly to give Andrew a chance to sort of think about it when he sits down. But Nelly, are there any sort of like heroes that just kind of didn't click with you or you were disappointed by or anything like that from season 1? Sorry, season 2. My apologies. I'm all over the place. Season 2.
It's weird calling this a low light because I actually really like the character, but I also, for the same reasons, don't use them because, like, he was made as kind of like a joke character, Bob.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just like he is fun to play. However, if you're playing him, you know that you're kind of actively working against. Like you're constantly like accelerating the villain. You don't really have any actions to give. You're like making heroes discard tokens. It's like it's a lot of fun. So like when RNG gives it to me, like I do laugh, but then I also kind of go like, oh, all right, here we go, uphill battle.
That helps balance out Dr. Doom, and although Dr. Doom does his own balancing, I guess, doesn't he? But yeah, that's cool. And sorry, Andrew, we just before we go into the villains, Dave reminded us that if any of us wanted to sort of like share like anything that didn't quite hit hero wise, like any lowlights, anything that sort of like you're a bit disappointed by.
None of my lowlights are really hero related. So I think I'm
okay.
Good.
Yeah, sweet. What about yourself, Dave?
So I have 2. One is a actual particular character, and that is Legion as a hero. Like the character of Legion, but I don't, and maybe I just haven't figured out how to play him well. But I haven't found a way to make Legion like feel good. When I'm playing, I usually feel like I'm like struggling to not punish other people. So I didn't like the way that Legion ended up playing out, which is like, especially because like my experience with Legion in the comics, like I'm used to seeing him like be rather effective. Like in the Krakoan era, he is like a mutant god basically. Like he's like amazing. And so it's like it's kind of weird for me, who I don't have experience of Legion being like not a good hero, seeing him like just kind of be really difficult to use well. So that's Legion. My other one is not a particular character, but this was something that happened in season 2, and I was not happy about it when I saw it happen in season 2, and I wasn't happy to see it kind of continuing on. And these are team card effects, where it's like these cards are like good if you have a very specific roster of heroes, but if you don't have that, then they like become significantly underwhelming. But I don't think it's as bad in some cases, although I generally am trying to work on making versions of characters so that I just eliminate all of these cards. But the worst case for me was the Fantastic Four, because it was like, I love the Fantastic Four. I like the idea of using them. And yet they only have 2 special cards each, because the other 2 specials are the team cards. and I was really disappointed with that. But I did homebrew a remake of those, and I do really enjoy them.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, good point. And we might revisit that a little bit later as well. But I wanted to go back to your about Legion as well. I think like it's I agree with everything you're saying about Legion, and I think it's it's kind of what's disappointing is I think he feels true to character, right? In that whole like no control over his, like he's so all over the place and scattered. And that's kind of how it plays, because it just these cards that have all these different really situational effects come out randomly. You don't really have any control over that. And I think what feels so bad about that is that fact that you've got no control. And one thing that I've really enjoyed, like, because he's one of the first characters that I encountered. I know there have been others like Groot and stuff earlier seasons, but he was one of the first ones I think I encountered where I saw like, oh wow, this is a character that's got tons of specials. I'm used to the whole like, okay, characters have three specials, maybe 4. But he had so many specials, and I've now seen characters, and I want to give you guys a big shout out, because there are some other characters that have done this in the official game, but yourself, Nelly, and Dave, like you guys have done these characters that have like a lot of specials, and you've designed them in such a way. So I'm thinking of like, I want to say Morph, but I think his name is Mondo. Dave and Nelly, like your Izuku Midoriya and like your Sun Eater, and you've got these characters that you've got these really different, lots of different special effects, but they basically allow you to craft a story and play cleverly and give you options, and like they're not just situationally random, like, oh, I just happened to draw this one now and it's got no use now. It's not good. Like you've got the ways that you play this and it pays off later, and then you can set this up and you can do this, and oh, you got this out, you can do this now, but then you can maybe pull this thing off later. Like it's such a shame that he doesn't have that ability. Like he's got all these random things. It's a shame that there's nothing built in where, okay, it's a bit unfortunate that this came out and this came out and you don't have that they don't play off each other. There's very little interaction between any of his cards. Whereas I think you guys have come up with characters like Izuku Midoriya, who like, okay, you can do this thing where you can forfeit actions to, I forget if I'm getting this right, but like forfeit actions to gain cards or something to build up a hand of cards, and then there's another card later on that comes out that if you discard a bunch of cards, hurt yourself, you do like a really powerful hit. So you sort of have these, they sort of work off each other. Like you want to build up a hand with these certain cards and then hit. It's a bit like Cannibal, right? Where build up your movement tokens and then spend those movement tokens later on to do the big powerful hit. And I know you had Mondo had a similar thing where you could do some cool, and I think that guy FaZe and stuff, you could do some really cool sort of combos and stuff. And that's what I am really disappointed that Legion doesn't have that. I know that it kind of captures that thing because he doesn't, I don't know, I assume he doesn't have a lot of self-control theme-wise over what he's doing, but I just wish that game-wise it was a bit more you could do with him rather than just feel like you're totally at the mercy of
I feel like cards. Had Legion been built later, I feel like they probably would have made a good hero deck for Legion and then a special challenge mode that like modifies the way you're able to play that. Because like sometimes you want to play Legion where he's just real good, like because he is sometimes, and then other times it's like, yeah, he like can't get his things to work out under his control, and so maybe in that case it's like you just have to play with a random card or whatever. But
And what's interesting, there's another character that you've mentioned before, Spider-Man Noir, Dave, that he's got that kind of thing where you've got cards that can combo off each other, but the way there's not a lot of control there with those ones. If you happen to get them in the wrong, it doesn't feel good. And I think
just needs an equipment.
I think we're starting to see designs that give a little bit more flexibility in that, okay, you've got some mitigation of that as well, sort of thing. So Yeah, having those like fun combo-y sort of decks that have a little bit of mitigation that give you a bit more control over it, I think it has been a really good sort of progression to see that coming into the design, both in the official and the homebrew sort of stuff as well. And just back to Cataphracts was saying, I fully agree on the team effects outstaying their welcome. Trying to patch over what was the first thing when designing Multiverse Legacy to varying degrees of success. Yeah, so he's sort of agreeing with that with the team effects there. So there you go. Well, shall we talk about villains then? I think we sort of briefly mentioned they get a bit tougher. It seems to be the consensus. Anything in general you want to sort of mention about villains, Andrew?
Yeah, they did get tougher this season. Granted, it took me a long time to draw Green Goblin's name for the first time.
Right, yeah.
And again, I got 2 and 1 together. So I didn't really notice how much tougher season 2's villains were until, hindsight kicked in. But yeah, just in general, they got tougher. But what I just loved, because I'm an excessive guy like this, is that there was a lot more of them in season 2. So that made me happy.
Yes. Yeah, that's true, right? And I guess the fact that, the anti-heroes, it's like an opportunity to get more of them whilst also getting more heroes and that sort of thing as well, which is cool. Excellent. Nelly, I was going to say Andrew again. Nelly, did you have anything you want to just mention before we dive into the villains?
Nothing that hasn't really already been said. A really good collection, a lot more tougher, but then the heroes are also kind of stronger to kind of even that ground, and a lot of really good kind of storytelling going into the villain fights that I really liked.
Yeah. And I think they found good ways to have the new villain fights be able to interact with some of the new features that the heroes were bringing as well, to sort of combat their things, and also have ways that the heroes' abilities could combat what the villains were bringing and stuff as well. So, yeah. Dave, anything else you wanted to mention about the villains in general?
I think, in general, I was really happy with the new villains as we got them. It's funny because, I've heard that, people kind of think that, season 2 villains were tougher, but I didn't really see that, especially later on in season 1, we got the Return of the Sinister Six villains. And I mean, Vulture is just incredibly frustrating. And I'm I don't think there is a tougher villain than Vulture. He's the only one in the entire game that I'm I have to house rule this character because he's not playable.
Don't we have correct me if I'm wrong, don't we have video evidence, Andrew, of you defeating Vulture? Did you pluck that bird on your
That's right.
Thanksgiving?
Yeah, my first holiday game. I still don't know how I did it. Just chalk it up to massive fluke, but we took him down. I think that's the only time I've ever beaten him.
Well, it's we were mentioning Bob, not being an uphill battle, but I remember I managed to. I think we've got video evidence of me taking down Thanos with Bob on the team, along with Apocalypse and I think Dr. Doom.
Oh, wow.
none of whom are on the same page. But I can tell you how I won that fight. I'm pretty sure I forgot to use at least 2 of the Power Stones. I think the Power Stones came out and they were sitting in the storyline or whatever, and I just forgot to use them the rest of the game. So I think that's why we were successful in that battle. But I still call it a win. I still take it as a win. All right, well, let's have a look. And Cataphracts says putting Sabretooth in the core box was a wild choice. Yeah, I sort of have memories of everyone in that core box being tough. I thought Magneto was tough. I thought Sabretooth. I thought Juggernaut, but maybe I'm just not good. But I found they were all pretty tough. But
I think I just faced all the very hardest of season 1 villains right before getting the X-Men stuff. So I was okay, this is fun.
You were a veteran by that point as you, as you hit them. I think also too, like again, I think that factor of like, I'm not sure when I was playing like season 2 villains and season 1 villains, so they all kind of felt a bit hard to me anyway. So yeah, all right, well, let's dive into it. So Andrew, your number 5 top villain from season 2.
So my number 5 here, this is a villain that I drew their name pretty early on, and like I had already played some games and obviously the original core box, so I had gotten used to like, here's how Red Skull works, here's how a basic villain works. So that was already in my brain, and then I drew some other villains when everybody else showed up on my doorstep, and then I drew this guy early on, and within turn 2, I was like, oh boy, I have to change the entire way I play this game now. Like, this is not, I can't mess around anymore. And that's our friend Arcade. This guy, he came out of nowhere. You know, to me, I haven't read or watched or anything that has Arcade in it. So to me, he was always just like discount Joker. My only exposure to Arcade was Marvel Ultimate Alliance on Xbox 360. He had his Murder World level, the music of which is still stuck in my head because I played that game a lot. And I was like, okay, he's just like a carnival guy. Cool, I can deal with a carnival guy. No, Andrew, turns out you can't deal with a carnival guy because he's flipping those things over and taking away all your threat progress, and at times he's shuffling them around like you're on a giant roulette wheel. So very thematic, but also just like, wow. And it really, like, I remember your gameplay video, Meeple Monkey, when you fought Apocalypse's Horseman for the first time. And I think like you beat Death or something, and then like on turn 2, Apocalypse brought Death back, and it like totally threw you off your game. And you were just like punch drunk for the rest of the thing. And I was that way too when I realized like, oh, okay, you know, I usually spread the love and cover threats piecemeal. And then as soon as Arcade has his first BAM, which comes up every turn, I was like, oh, I can't do that anymore. Oh, what? And for the rest of the game, I was just in a stupor, and I'm just like, what? And he ended up demolishing me. So now every time Arcade's name comes up, I have to like, okay, all right, I have to get in the zone. I have to know, like, I need a game plan going into it. So he put the fear into me, and I think I like that on a villain. So he's my number 5.
Yeah, I think he's I think I had him and Mysterio, like, you know, as similar experiences for me. And I think I decided I prefer playing against Mysterio, but he certainly gives me a similar vibe. And yeah, he makes it feel like a very different game. He's one of those characters that changes it up. I want to go back to that. What was the name of the video game you mentioned?
Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I played it on the 360, and it was a good game. Big roster. Yeah, everybody's got like 4 different costumes. It was fun.
Yeah, okay. I thought it might have been. I remember an old it was an old Marvel game, but it was like a platformer. So I think it might have been before I had like an Xbox or something. Like it might have been even on my old PC or something. And I'm trying to remember if that had because I remember there was like a level I could never get. It was so hard to me that I never got past any of the levels. So I don't know what is beyond the first level for each of the characters, but like the characters you could play were Spider-Man, and you know, swing back and forth and stuff in this kind of like the city streets kind of level. And then there was like, I want to say there was Cyclops in some sort of a underground crystal cavern, maybe with like what do you call those things? Mine carts and stuff. But I think Wolverine might have been in like some weird, crazy clown world. And when you mentioned a video game having Murder World in it, I was like, oh, is that game I played when I was a kid, like ages ago? But it wouldn't have been if it was on Xbox 360 sort of thing. But if anyone in the comments out there remembers like a game where you could be Wolverine,
I think you're thinking of, it's like Spider-Man and X-Men Arcade's Revenge.
Something like that. It could be, yeah.
Mhm.
It's had some random name like that where it was just, I was like, why is Spider-Man in this game with the X-Men sort of thing? But yeah. And was there a Gambit level where it was like Indiana Jones where you were running the whole time and a giant boulder was chasing you or something like that? And I could never get past any of the levels, so I have no idea what other things you could do in this game. But I remember, I think Wolverine was in this weird clown world with like, it was multicolored and presents and all sorts of things and stuff.
Was this back on like the Genesis?
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, folks, we've derailed talking about old vintage video games, but there you go. And Cataphract's saying Marvel Now Avengers Arena Run was a good arcade story. So there you go, folks. If you want to find out more about him in the comics and stuff, the Marvel Now Avengers Arena Run was good. Okay. Arcade's one of those guys as well that I always forget is an X-Men character, and I always think of him as a season 1 character because the look of him, I think he's from season 1. I think he's like an Avenger character, but I don't think he's actually.
There's a Krakoa arc also that is beautiful for Arcade. Arcade kidnaps Mr. Sinister and is like messing with Mr. Sinister, but Mr. Sinister is also messing with Arcade the whole time. It's fantastic. Because it's yeah. So Arcade has also kidnapped Mastermind. So Mastermind is doing all of these psychic effects, right, to like make things look different. And so Arcade is consulting with his assistant to confirm what things are actually real because she's watching through like a video camera. And so he's like, blah, 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 confirm. And so then the little voice comes through as confirm. And then Mr. Sinister is tied up and he's like, I'm being harassed by a man-child, confirm. And she's like, confirm.
That's great. Cool. Yeah. Excellent. Well, I think we must be on to, this is still number 5, isn't it, for Nelly?
Yep.
I think we've only done okay.
So not a crossover, but I will say that Arcade was my honorable mention.
Cool.
And while we're on like comic runs of Arcade, the Amazing Spider-Man Hunted arc is actually new-ish, and also just really good, where like he basically teams up with Kraven. They kidnap effectively every character in Marvel that's animal themed. So like Rhino, like literally anyone, if your character is inspired by an animal, you get kidnapped, thrown into Central Park, and they brought in a bunch of poachers from like a bunch of like rich people that go on like safaris to feel tough, and then they give them like VR headsets and they're controlling like an armored, like a robot that has all of like the strength and skills of Kraven. So like all of these animal themed people being hunted by these Kraven robot that are being piloted by these rich mech people. And it was just a really good storyline.
That sounds like the perfect story for brute force too.
Yeah.
And actually, sorry, Nelly, just before you jump in, just before you go, I just want to jump in. What you were saying about Arcade messing with Mr. Sinister, you're making me really wish they had done, even though I don't think it justifies it, but I wish they had done a hero version of Arcade, so you could play Arcade and Mr. Sinister together, and you're both trying to screw each other over and win the game yourself. That would be cool.
I don't know when I will have room in my brain to try and build that, but it's now in there in the queue.
Sounds awesome. All right, Nelly, though, sorry we've held you up. Who was your number 5?
So for my actual number 5, and this is largely because I really like the storytelling of this villain, but Nimrod.
Yes.
Really enjoyed his fight. I really like starting off dealing with the Sentinels, and then he shows up, and now like it's the same fight, but now you've got like a brand new, fresh villain to deal with. I really enjoyed like the Sentinel challenge cards that came with that whole fight. Being able to just kind of throw in a Sentinel into any villain fight, but just the Nimrod fight, I really like. Days of Future Past is just like a storyline that I really like. So kind of almost feel like I'm playing out the entire arc through that. Just felt really nice.
Yeah, and what a perfect such a pivotal story for the X-Men, right? Like we had to have like the Sentinels in there somewhere, and what a cool way to sort of feature them as well, which was really cool. So yeah, absolutely, great choice. All right, we've started strong. We've got Arcade and we've got Nimrod coming in at number 5. That's crazy. What a season! Must have had some great villains here if they come in at number 5. All right, well, Dave, who have you got?
So my number 5 is already a crossover.
Oh, all right.
It is the Sentinels and Nimrod fight. Yeah. It's just a great fight.
High five the side of the screen.
Where am I? It's kind of funny because it actually uses one of my least favorite mechanics, which is like turning off hero special effects. But it's still really good. But like, I feel like if there was a way to not include that, it would be even better. Partially, I think it's weird because the comic story of Days of Future Past, with the Sentinels and stuff, involves Phoenix fighting against the Sentinels, and like you can't use Phoenix in this game. Like if you try to use Phoenix, you're going to lose because she can't use any of her specials, which is where all of her wilds are, and she just has like dead cards, and it's like it's weird that she just like doesn't work for this fight. But otherwise, yeah, it's a great fight. So much fun.
Yeah. That was funny, actually. Nelly and I were play testing some brute force bad guys the other day, and it was funny as I designed these, how they worked and stuff. And then as we played the game, I'm like, oh, I've designed these not to be very I've designed these so that brute force are not very good against these guys. I better go back and fix that up, change that around. So it's an interesting thing when like the characters that maybe are supposed to fight each other don't really mesh well as a storytelling thing. But generally in this game, they've done a pretty good job with that, I think, which is pretty cool. I want to give a honorable mention here because it touches on something you just said there. This character could really have, she was right in the mix, and I just sort of went the other way sort of thing, but Emma Frost, this is one that I played recently when I was trying to catch up and finish off characters that I hadn't played against in season 2, and I really enjoyed the game. I think you and me, Nelly, played that, and I think, is it Magic is the bane of your existence, the henchman?
Yeah, because he's banishing top card.
Yeah, banishing, yeah. But this was one that surprised me because I put off fighting her because I just had the sense that she was going to be, and there were a bunch of these guys that I put off fighting for ages, and I sort of had to fight them all at once at the end of the season because I have this idea in my head that I don't like playing against characters that, like you said, turn off abilities or, this or that, like the psychic characters sort of like, punish you, make you not be able to do what you want to do, or this sort of stuff, flip your card or whatever it might be. And I was surprised by this one and this fight by how much fun it was. There's still so much stuff going on that's like hampering and hamstringing you and, getting in your way, but it still was super fun. And it was a fun puzzle on the way you interact with the different henchmen and their illusions. And it just was still a fun fight. And then I've discovered as I've been going through these that, there's a lot of characters who I would have thought that I wasn't going to enjoy, but they've made them in such a way that it doesn't impede the fun sort of thing, or it doesn't get too much in the way. So yeah, Emma Frost, very cool. But so she's my honorable mention. But my number 5 is one that again I hadn't played in ages, and I hadn't played, like, it was very late in the game. And this was Brood Queen. I was really surprised by this, and mechanically I like what it's doing, but it's just the experience that I had with Brood Queen, partly because of the way it's been designed. But I like it's different. The main character stays in the one spot, but what I did with this fight is I chose specifically all G.I. Joe characters, and And in my head, I was playing Aliens, the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Like I was like, bug hunt, get some. Like just like the fact that those like the bugs keep popping up all over the place. It just felt like I was playing. Like if I wanted to make a homebrew thing of like Aliens United, like that is where I would start my basis because it was so fun. Like I picked all characters that had like big machine guns and stuff, and I think I had Scarlet, so I could be like, get away from her, you bitch, and like all of that cool stuff at the end. Like it played out like I was playing Aliens, and the fact that you get to fight the big queen at the end, like, was so fun. So like thematically, even though it's got nothing to do with Marvel really, like in terms of why I enjoyed it, like the story that it told and the fun I could have using the G.I. Joe characters, or you know what I would do is maybe like if I didn't have the G.I. Joes, I'd pick characters like Bishop and Cable and stuff that have big guns with their models and stuff, and I'd use them. But I just really enjoyed losing myself in the imagination of like you're just like blasting the bugs as they're coming out of the walls and stuff, and like you know whenever they would like pop up on you know where I was, I'd be like, game over, man, game over. It was a lot of fun. So it was one I played solo, so I was just entertaining myself, but I was doing a lot of laughing by myself playing that. I think I did it on Tabletop Simulator too, so it was good fun. So yeah, so Brood Queen. Surprise pick, sort of dark horse, came out of nowhere sort of thing, but I had such a good time. I couldn't go past that as I had to squeak in at number 5. So yep, that's my top 5, and reminds me I should have a look at oh, here we go, we've got crossover. Cataphract has arcade as number 5. Fun, tricky, and pretty thematic rule set. So everything you guys said there, absolutely. You know, not a pushover. Interesting to fight against. You got to think on your feet to sort of play against him. Very cool. So, yep, excellent. Well, there you go. What a strong start. We came out of the gate. We've got to pace ourselves. That was number 5. Where do we go from here? So now we're looking at number 4, Andrew, from season 2. Who was number 4?
Okay, number 4 is a fun one. This is one of my probably top 3 favorite X-Men villains, period. And as an actor, if I could play anybody in the MCU, I think I would want to play this guy, and that is Mojo.
Yes, yeah.
I had so much fun playing against Mojo, and my first impression was actually not a good one. He had to grow on me because I was bummed by the idea that you have this beautiful miniature that you never touch. He just sits there and he doesn't, just like Brood Queen. And I was like, oh man, that's like, I know he's not the most mobile guy in the world, but it would have been nice to, be able to have that mini for a purpose. So at first I was like, I'm bummed by what they did with Mojo. But then the more I played him, the more I was like, you know what, though, they nailed Mojo. Everything from the way his dashboard looks is beautiful. And then having those hostage tokens with the TV color test on them is just fantastic. And you get the sense that you are in this ridiculous reality show, and that the spotlights threat where it's like you want to make sure you're doing something cool for the spotlights and bring, you got to keep the ratings in check, and it's just all of it is just the most wonderful flavor of bananas that is Mojo whenever he shows up. And
Can I stop you there? That saying you just said, he's the most wonderful flavors of bananas or whatever, or color of banana. Amazing saying. That is very good.
And yes, Greg Arbor, he is a top-notch miniature too. Yeah, it's like they got him. So everything when you play as him, like you can almost hear the roar of his crazy alien cyborg crowd as they're like cheering for all the sick things that are going on. And like you've been transported to that world of the Mojo verse, and it's just beautiful. So I always have a good time. He's my number 4.
Yeah, yeah.
And 5e, call me, I'll play him.
Yeah, that's right. Him or Kilowog. You could have a foot in both worlds. But yeah, like I also want to give a welcome to Greg there. So I hope you're enjoying the stream, and feel free to drop your likes and stuff in the comments too, Greg, as well. But like that world is so cool, and we get long shot and stuff out of it, and I love that they put that in the because they had a Mojo verse episode even in the new series, didn't they, of the X-Men cartoon? Like, yeah, so good. All right, well, Nelly, who is your number? Are we on 4? Number 4.
Number 4.
Yeah, number 4. Wow.
I like punishment, so my number 4 is Lady Deathstrike.
Oh yeah.
I really like both her and Sabretooth do the hunted token gimmick, but I really like the way she did it. Like, because Sabretooth's one, like, it just kind of gets passed along. He's just kind of taking everybody out. Made all the more difficult by the fact that he constantly moves to whoever has the token. But Lady Deathstrike, she just kind of like one person gets the token. It's, get down, Mr. President, protect this one player, because once this guy drops, it is game over. Yeah, and it's just like the henchmen are just constantly making it like that much more difficult. But just the mini game of protecting this one hero is always fun. I probably lose it more than I win it, but it is always fun.
Yeah. I think that's one that I played with my mum and my daughter. And my daughter, let's just say she doesn't like ever getting bammed. Like she like, even when you're trying to explain to her, well, if you get bammed, then this other character won't get bammed and they won't be closer to being taken out. So it's actually better for the whole team if you get bammed this turn. No, we'll not accept it. And it was real tough. It was real tough trying to convince her to keep the hunted person alive by taking a hit occasionally in this fight. It was rough. But yeah, that's a good fight.
And I agree with you, Nelly. Like the same sort of setup as Sabretooth, but the way she does it, it feels more thematic, it feels more satisfying, and having them have that extra card, you feel the playing field still doesn't feel even, but you feel like you've got a chance until she starts upgrading her BAMs, and then you're like, well, I'm just gonna walk out and say here I am, because at this point, yeah. No, she's got a great model. Like, she's a cool character and stuff. Yeah. That's a good one. Speaking of models, Greg, mentioning Mojo was a great model. I love what I've seen with people where they've painted, like the really talented painters have actually painted things like test patterns and things. I think there was someone in the Discord that once painted Mojo, and every little TV screen, it like actually painted like a different program on the set, sort of thing that was playing at the time. It was really good. Yeah. So that's a cool model for painters. Gives you a lot of cool stuff to do on the base, which is really cool. Bit like Deadpool's base, with all the different helmets and bits and pieces. All right. Well, Dave, who is Lady Deathstrike going to go after for being knocked off her perch by you?
Yeah, I do really like Lady Deathstrike. Man, it kind of makes me wish that there was other Sabretooths that had more of that feel, because I do love the hunted feel of Lady Deathstrike. So mine was just like thematically, I just really enjoyed seeing the whole Hellfire Club spread with Bastion Shaw. That was a fun fight. I thought it was really interesting because he's the only villain I can think of where I'm like, the whole game, I'm like, oh man, his BAM's going to be so bad. His BAM's going to be so bad. And he only has like 2 or 3 BAMs in his deck. And I'm like, oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I remember like trying to prep for that. I'm like, how do I prep for this?
Yeah, and like it's cool having all of those guys in the. And it's cool. Like there's that site that's making models for henchmen, even if we don't have villains. So it's cool if we end up getting all those guys in, you can have them sitting around the whole Hellfire Club. Sort of, it'd be cool to have them around the table as well. Yeah, that's a cool choice. And I like his, again, all of those guys, like they dress to impress, and he's got, he looks really cool, and he's got I forget what his base has on it, but they always have a cool little sort of setup on them that makes it look like they're in the club sort of thing.
He's like standing on like a destroyed pillar or something like that. Or like the base of a pillar, I think.
And he's such a jerk. Like,
really fun. Yeah. I am going to keep the love for the Hellfire Club going because my number 4 is actually Mastermind. And this is another character. I love he's kind of got the mutton chop type thing going into the mustache. So I love his look and everything. He's got a cool base. But again, he was one I was saving. I was kind of shying away from playing him because I thought, he's going to be a psychic guy and I'm not going to enjoy playing him. But I really loved, and it's sort of funny. I kind of picked him as a gimmicky sort of thing. I just really loved the whole, like, trying to guess what card he was going to play throughout the whole game. Like, that was just such a fun sort of thing. Like, I think we've played, he's maybe played 2. How many more 2s do we have? And I think not studying his deck made it much more fun, like sort of having to really try and work it out and think, what would he have? Would he have more 4s than would he or would he have an even spread? And then trying to work it all out and stuff was super fun. So I really liked that fight just because of that sort of one aspect of him sort of thing. He was good fun. So I don't really sort of remember much more about like what the henchmen or the threats did and that sort of thing. But I just know that created such a fun little mini game for me that I really, really enjoyed that one. So yep, Mastermind is my number. What was that? 4, I think. So
we played that one together like recently, and the only thing I remember is us yelling numbers at the top. It was like, all right, villain turn 3.
Right, it created such a fun memory like that, and that's the game I'm thinking of where we played. I was like, yeah, that's a cool fight. So yeah, that was a good one. Let's see what. Let's see. What is? I feel like maybe. Have you got a second account, Andrew? Are you secretly Cataphract? Because we've got Mojo is the next one for Cataphract. So fairly unique. Often takes some brain power to juggle the various things that he's throwing at you. Yeah, and I think I went down to him. I think he beat me when I played against him. He was one of the very first guys I think I fought. I think I was still playing with that solo deck mode. The Xavier mode or whatever.
Yeah.
Mode. So I probably should go back and revisit him playing with the multi-handed and see how he feels, because I think the problem with that mode is it's very clunky with some villains, and I wonder whether that was a villain that works well with that rule set or not. But so there you go. Cataphract is on board.
All right, Cataphract.
He's gone 2 for 2, I think, with you. Is that right? Yeah. Fantastic. All right. Well then, Andrew, let's see if you can. I'll just have a little bit of a sneak preview here. See if I can keep a poker face.
Ooh.
All right.
Number 3.
Who is your number 3?
So along the same veins as Strong Guy, I went with a character here it's a character who I would never think about. If you told me to think about 40 Marvel characters, this person would not pop up in the list. But like Strong Guy, it's a person where whenever I open the box and I see them, I'm like, I'm so happy that I have a board game with this person in it. Nobody's ever going to come over and ask to fight this guy, but he's here if you want to fight him. And that's Silver Samurai. He's just, he's so entertaining as a villain. I felt the same way when he popped up as the villain in that Wolverine movie. I'm like, this is great. We got a movie where Silver Samurai's back. And I'm a big fan of the duel, the Tachyon sword duel there, because you really get the sense like that he's creeping up on you, and he's just like it reminds me of the Deathstroke fight in Arkham, one of the Arkham games, I think Arkham Origins or something, where it's like you really feel like you're evenly matched against this other warrior, and you're just like duking it out. And those duels are very fun because I find that it's been half and half for me. Like usually with somebody like Dakin, for example, or Gladiator, these other characters who duel you, I always find that like when those guys come and duel me, I'm toast. I'm like, well, okay, Dakin's here. I might as well just lie down and let him start kicking me, because I always lose those duels. But with Silver Samurai, I find it really interesting because it's always 50-50. Like sometimes I'm matching him blow for blow, and sometimes I'm not. So the balance in his design just feels perfect. So he's my number 3.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's he's one that was right up in the. He probably is highly mentioned for me as well. And like you said, as a dueling character, he's one that I enjoyed the dueling mechanic. I think, Dave, you've talked. I think a lot of people talked about like Gladiator sort of not hitting with just the way that he works, and he's got a sort of similar sort of thing. Whereas, I've got to say, I think I didn't mind Dakin, but again, you're right. He did kind of feel like you're like, I'm only going to survive this one if I happen to slip on a banana peel and fall over right at the time that he swings at me. Whereas, like it that whole thing of like doing the duel and like looking for the opening sort of thing, like, are you going to find it before he does? Like that whole Musashi versus whoever Musashi's arch nemesis is, that whole like samurai duel of they kind of like spend half an hour like adjusting their stance with each other, and then it's like who gets the best move in sort of thing. The Silver Samurai fight is a cool one. I think they nailed the duel mechanic with that. So great choice. And another one, as you were describing this character, I was thinking, who's a character that I think isn't really well known, but I was super happy to see. And I was thinking Silver Samurai, and then you were like, Silver Samurai. I was like, yes. Very cool. Oh, what was? Oh, wait. You said something else. I'm trying to think. I think you said something, and brute force popped into my head, but I can't think what it is now. So I'm going to have to let it slide. But I think you said something that would have made me go off on a 10-minute tangent about brute force. But let's move on. Awesome. So, well, that was number 3. Is that right? 3?
Yep.
Nelly, who is number 3?
This is somehow simultaneously my number 3 villain and my lowlight. Like
okay.
But so my lowlight is the 4 henchmen. Not henchmen, the 4 horsemen. Whenever I play it, it's kind of like it goes by really quickly, and I don't really feel like I won or lost. It's funny, like we were talking about it in the Discord fairly recently, where like I would have liked it way more if they treated that the way they did the Thanos fight, where each of the if each horseman had their own villain fight, and then depending on how that went would determine whether or not they were like awakened or not in the final fight. So just like that prequel fight is my my low light. But my number 3 is the Apocalypse villain fight. Ignoring the prequel fight. The fight itself is just really good. It's like, I think it's the first, if not only, time we see like a race on the track.
Oh yeah, where there's 2 different.
Yeah, because you've got the Apocalypse track or whatever, like the Apocalypse tracker, and then your goal is to like he doesn't have a health bar. Like your goal is to get the survival tracker to the end before the Apocalypse tracker gets to the end. So it's just a really good fight. It's a really cool gimmick with the tracker. It's just, if it wasn't for that damn prequel fight, it'd be higher.
Yeah. What do you guys think? Like, I pretty much agree with everything there. I think the Apocalypse fight was something I was really looking forward to, because it was like a big part of my memories from those Executioner's Song days, and then seeing how they handled the Horsemen was like, oh
yeah,
Yeah.
It's like the fight itself is great. Every time I do the fight, I love it. And every time I do the prequel Horseman fight, I'm just like, hey, just hurry up. You're going to overflow all of these locations, so you're going to activate next. All right, you're going to activate next.
Yeah.
Like the villain fight ends in like 5 turns. For better or for worse.
Yeah. Well, Dave, are we going to have any overlap, or have you got your own ideas here for number 3?
So yeah, I've got a crossover here as well.
Ooh.
I have the exact same points Nelly just made. Yeah. Apocalypse is a fantastic fight, and I hated the prelude fight.
So disappointing. Yeah.
As soon as I finished that, I was like, okay, how can I fix this with something else? Like even in the rules for the fight, there is stuff like, the first 3 horsemen will win if they KO you. They can't. They don't do damage to you. There's no way they can KO you. Like, it's like they just overflow locations. So I was like, why is that the mechanic? It's like very underbaked. I don't understand what happened there. But yeah, Apocalypse is a real fun fight. That the fact that you don't defeat Apocalypse, like the fact that it's just like
you survive.
You just have to Oh man, so cool. Yeah, and the horsemen feel fun. That I kind of wish it was more like a dashboard style fight, like as opposed to having the horseman threat cards being around, because they move around, but you still track what the threat card says for where they are, which is a little wonky. But yeah, it's a really cool fight. I love the Apocalypse fight.
Yeah.
I'll have a lot to say about this one when we get to our lowlights.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, interesting. My number 3 is one that this is kind of where I think Emma, even though she was in my she just was in the honorable mentions, like if she had made it in, she probably would have leapfrogged Brood Queen and Mastermind, because I had to include them because I knew that they were there for a reason. But like in terms of like fights, I think were fun. Emma Frost might have been like ahead of them, but the person who ended up taking spot number 3 is Bob, agent of Hydra, in his villain mode. There's nothing really special about him, sort of thing, which is perfect for his character, but it's such a cool theme fight. Like, I love that he's just trying to retire or whatever, save up money for retirement. I love this little track that it's basically called like the savings track, or the savings tracker on the retirement track sort of thing. I love all the different henchmen, and I think the henchmen, like, is it something to do with like you can't take this henchman out until you clear all the
like there's each
thingies.
Each henchman's linked to like one of the missions.
Yeah, and you're trying to complete all the missions. Like the whole thing is cool, and I love that he's never under pressure, because he's just Bob, and he's just like, he just does what he does, and he doesn't let it get to him. Just like cool little touches like that. I just think it's a really fun thematic, just a silly battle, but also very hard. He wiped the floor with me, so he's challenging. Got some cool henchmen puzzles and things like that, and has a tracker, which I love, and like the theme of the tracker is really cool. So he's sort of nabbed my number 3 spot just because he's such a fun story that game tells. So that's my number 3. And if we go to Cataphract, Nelly and Dave must have been getting a bit jealous of Andrew's relationship there with their picks, so he's jumped on board with those guys. They've read his mind, and he said Apocalypse. Now he said Apocalypse with the Horseman, a rough fight, but if we're in the mood for a long one, I think this was done better than the Thanos. Oh, contention. How has he been on the same wavelength as you guys at the same time as speaking blasphemy, according to you guys? He says, done better than the Thanos campaign. Interesting. All right. Discuss. Go. Oh, here we go. Cataphract is jumping in. I was going to say, Cataphract's not here to defend himself, but he's jumping in the comments here. Horseman definitely needed more drama or stakes, but at least it was shorter than playing all of the Black Order, who were mostly not much harder. Oh, interesting.
See, I thought the difficulty on the Black Order was perfect because it wasn't about beating them. It was about beating them before they got their second Infinity Stone. And that was tight. That was tight.
Yeah.
Because I played that. We played it all 4 members of the Order, which meant like if 2 of them got a second stone, you don't even face Thanos. It's game over. And that was tense. That was a really tense game series. Thanos himself needed to fix, but I've now made that card and printed it.
Yep. Something happened with that the other day. I've got to talk to you, Dave, about it. I went to print that off, and for some reason I couldn't print it. I can't remember what it was. I have to remind me. We'll chat about
the bleed. That's definitely possible.
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was that. Yeah. Maybe that was what it was. Yeah, I think that was maybe what
I was trying to rush to get it printed for my brother-in-law for Christmas, and I think I'm gonna make it because it's in Illinois right now. So
watching it on the tracker.
It gets here by Christmas Eve. Sarah's flying out Christmas Eve to do Christmas with them, so I might actually be able to give him his Thanos deck.
Perfect.
All right, everybody, send your good mojo vibes. Make sure that works. Excellent. Well, there you go. Cool. I love that Cataphract agreed with you guys, but then also went his own path as well. So that's cool. Excellent. All right, which means we are getting to
number 2.
We're getting to the really good fights, not the just they were just number 3. This is like number 2. What did you have, Andrew?
I also, like you, Nelly, I'm a glutton for punishment. I guess I must be because I had Arcade on my list and now I have this person. I was very surprised, considering what box they're in, how much of a challenge that they gave me, and that was Mystique. I was floored the first time I went through this core box in general with how difficult it was. And with Mystique, if you had told me, hey, Andrew, we're going to take one of your least favorite things that they make you do in video games, and we're going to make you do it in a board game, but it's somehow going to work and it's going to be enjoyable, I never would have believed you. But here we are, protecting somebody, an escort mission, and having Senator Kelly around with you. I love just the thematicness of it because it's Senator Kelly, and you're just like, I've never had to protect anyone from an assassin in real life, but I feel like the challenge would be on par with actually playing against Mystique in this game, because she is relentless. And her henchmen are just all over you. Toad, my God, that guy, they work in tandem so well, Mystique and the Brotherhood, that you are genuinely, Marvel United becomes a horror game. You are genuinely in fear for the Senator's life, even though he's not a great guy. He doesn't like mutants. But you're like, oh God, we keep getting boxed in here. And it becomes like this survival horror, and it's really, really harrowing and cool. So yeah, I got to give love to Mystique. I never would have expected her villain fight to be so fun and creative, but here we are.
Yeah. 100%. And on that fight, if you really want a fun experience with that, I highly recommend checking out Minis from Mars. Their Senator Kelly model just makes that. It's such a good model.
And so especially because he's cowering.
Yes, he's very cool. Very cool. And your point about NPC escort missions in video games, I hate those. And oh my god, hurry up! Like, yeah. So that's the way they pulled that off in the game and made it fun.
It's so great too, because like the idea that it's like, something happens and he runs away from you, and it's like, no.
Yeah.
yeah.
So like they made him kind of an idiot, and it's like it tracks too.
Yeah. Very cool. And the model too has the look of someone who's about to run away from you too. He's like about to not follow your instructions. Very cool. Oh well, that's a cool choice. And yeah, it's funny whenever I hear people talk about the difficulty of like that season 2 core box, the X-Men core box, I often hear them reference like Sabretooth and Juggernaut and stuff, but not Mystique. But yeah, she's tricky. Yeah.
It's so weird to me that Magneto is in a box with 3 other villains, and he's the easiest one. Like that, it's so weird how that worked out.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Is Magneto Nellie's number 2?
He is not.
To be fair, Magneto, it's 60s Magneto. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Nelly. Is it 60s? Is it 60s?
No, it's not. Mine is was actually surprising that he ended up making my list when I was going through to put everybody on there. But like, he's just a character I like, and he's a fight that I tend to not think about much. But when I was going through all the season 2s and then his dashboard came up, I was just thinking of like how much fun I had every time I faced this guy. But surprisingly, Juggernaut takes my number 2.
Wow, so it wasn't that set.
Yeah, no, it's just he's very straightforward. So like you don't have to I don't really have to think much when I'm playing with him. It's just like, all right, do I or do I not get run over by the train? And like it always makes me laugh that like he's got like 8 health across the board regardless of how many heroes, like 2 or 4, he has 8 health. And like I really like how his like half of his deck goes clockwise, the other half goes counterclockwise. So you legit never know if you're safe. Like you never know. It's like, I'm just gonna follow him so he can't run me over. Nope. At any moment he will turn around and run you over.
Yeah, that was a great decision. Like that was one of those things that's a bit like, like, oh, why don't we make the Nightcrawler movement mandatory? It's like whoever came up with that idea of like, oh, let's have them go the other way. Great, just simple little tweak and just changes it all up and what you can do. And then so many other villains, they've been able to do that with, and that even the homebrew community are able to play around with that idea and stuff as well. Really cool. Yeah. I think the first time I played him, I didn't read the cards properly because I just. You sort of get muscle memory. You just sort of pick the card up. It's got a movement symbol. I didn't read it looking for the other direction. So I'm pretty sure first time I played him, I just played him going in the same direction the whole time. Even if half the cards came up, I didn't pay attention to that. So so I probably beat him the first time because I probably was like trying to like, game the system. Yeah. So I'll have to have a rematch against him and make sure I play the proper way. Good choice, Juggernaut, and a super cool model as well. Super cool design of a character as well. He's just got such a recognizable silhouette and stuff. All right, Dave, you're number 2.
So I want to give an honorable mention to Juggernaut because my absolute favorite memory of playing Marvel United was against Juggernaut, and it was team versus team, and that is such a good fight because like there's a mechanic where it's like if you tie, but if you're the one to do the killing blow, then you end up like winning for your team. And like it was down to where like Juggernaut had like 5 damage on him from the other team. And so like we didn't want to do any damage to him because if we did a little bit of damage and took him out, they're gonna win because it's 5 versus 3. So we like purposely didn't bother clearing the threats as they came back in. And so then we slammed him for 5 damage in one turn in order to make sure that we shot him enough to get the tie and win the tie. Such an epic game.
That sounds like the best
High
kind
fives.
of chaos.
Yeah, so good. So good.
Just needed the Deadpool chaos deck.
Yeah. But yeah, and like, I mean, like you said, like it's a relatively simple like concept for the villain, and yet he works so well. Yeah, I love Juggernaut. So my number 2 is a villain who also just like wiped the floor with me the first time we tried, and we were like, is this possible? Can you beat this villain? And that was Leader of the Morlocks, Callisto. And like and just like flooding locations. I was like, we are so screwed. And like yeah, we played two games against her before we even like figured out a strategy to deal with her. Because she just won so quickly.
Do you know what? With her, I think it's thanks to you. I think I only played her when you did the animated series campaign, and I think you've used, like, she's one of your featured ones in that, isn't she? And I played against her, and it's only because you gave me the option of using Plan B as the mode that I think I was able to beat her. I think I only beat her because I did the Plan B mission or something like that. That's my memory of it. Because I remember being like, how is this like absolute scrub of a like villain, like, just not on anybody's radar? How is she so difficult? And I think I realized like pretty early into the fight, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna need to lean into that Plan B real hard. Yeah. She's good. Yeah, great choice. That's a real sort of like out of nowhere choice, but yeah, I know exactly why. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, awesome. Very cool. Well, who was okay. This is where we're getting into. This is what I was really excited for when I saw so backing the season 2 campaign, and I had already gone out and bought the core box from Marvel season 1 in the meantime, just to try it out whilst the campaign was still live, and played those villains. And then when I saw on the actual Kickstarter page that they were going to give you, for backing it, a 3 villain fight, the Brotherhood, and such a cool classic trio of characters, and that you could fight them as a multi-villain, I was like 3 at once, that's crazy. And then they lived up to the hype for me. Like, they were just so fun. And at this stage I hadn't played, so maybe other people weren't as blown away because people from season 1 were probably so used to the Sinister Six, but I hadn't played that at all, and still didn't play that till a few months ago or whatever. But that multi-villain fight with the 3 of them just blew my mind. I thought it was so cool, the way they did it, the way they used the threats and everything. And I still don't think I've beaten them. I don't think I've ever beaten them. I think they beat me every
they're
time.
tough.
They're just too much for me to handle. I always think that I've beaten them, and so I go to play them like, oh yeah, these guys are fun. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh no, we lost again. They get out of control real quick, but they're so fun, and they're such a fun challenge to try and overtake. I'd love to take them down one day, but I just always have fun trying. And like you said, it's the right type of chaos. They're really cool. So the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, I think they're officially just called like Blob, Pyro, and Toad Fight or something like that, but I like to just call them the Brotherhood. So they're awesome. Cool fight. That is my number 2. I should have put them as number 3 because there's 3 of them. And then we've got a crossover here. Cataphracts says it's another multi-villain fight, and that is Nimrod. I think one or two of you guys had Nimrod as maybe number 5 or something.
Number 5, yeah.
Yeah, Nimrod, multi-villain fight, great one with the Sentinels as well, and such a unique thing with the Sentinels. What is Cataphracts says, a really tough and unique game. Yep. I don't get this one to the table much, but it's always had a good time with it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It is a bit more of a beast on the table sort of thing. So, you got the extra bits and pieces going on, but it's a good one. Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Well, the moment of truth has arrived. Number one, numero uno. Who are we going with for your top choice, Andrew?
Okay. This is it was tough to choose, but my brain kept going back to this person because at the end of the day, they're my favorite X-Men villain, and it's just so much fun to play against Juggernaut. So I had to put Juggernaut as number one. Let's try the high five, Nelly. There we go.
It's like the Brady Bunch.
I love this dude. I love that he goes counterclockwise, and like the miniature with his arms behind his back, like they just nailed just the sense of him charging at you constantly. Juggernaut himself just puts a smile on my face, and then the fact that you can fight him, and I love that they made him a difficult fight, because usually he's not like what I like to call final boss material. That's just not Juggernaut. But the fact that they made him difficult anyway is really, really fun. And every time because I'm such a dork, every time I draw his master plan card and I move him, I make the noise from the Genesis game when he runs on screen. He goes. I make that noise with my mouth when I'm moving his finger across the board. It's just so entertaining, and it feels like they took the design of Rhino and said, "What if this is just a little less annoying?" And they just smoothed over rather all the rough edges, and they gave us just a great villain. And those 8 health across the board too, very fun. So Juggernaut is fantastic.
Yeah. I think I think a lot of people sort of feel that there are some characters in season 2 that were like perfect opportunities for them to get like a second bite of the cherry, or like get another run at like designing a character that they sort of previously made, sort of thing. And I can definitely see the argument for Juggernaut being like, oh yeah, we sort of fixed up some of Rhino's rough edges there. Yeah, absolutely. Good. That's a great point. Juggernaut, awesome. Yeah. Classic. You know what? The model for Juggernaut, I'm always really impressed with how people are able, because it's just that sort of round sort of dome thing, how people are able to paint that and like do effects in such a way that you can kind of see the glow or the shine on it, and they do it so well, and it creates that real proper 3D effect with the 2D, thing of painting and stuff. I don't know how they do it, but I really like it when I see really nice paint jobs of Juggernaut like that, and they've done some cool effects with the way the light's shining on his helmet as he's running forward. Yeah, very cool.
Cool.
Yeah. All right. Well, Nelly, you've been waiting this whole time to hit us with number one. What's it going to be?
Quick honorable mention that did not make my top 5, because I like the gimmick of the fight. I just hate setting it up. And I was reminded when you guys were we're back in the hero section when you guys were talking about Legion. I really like Legion's villain fight. It does a really good job of getting like the split personalities. I just hate setting it up.
Yeah.
So he did not make my list. But I just remembered since we were talking about him in the hero segment. But as for my number one, just like with season 1, I'm going to cheat again. Where season 1, I technically picked a mode/villain. I'm doing it again. The Phoenix 5 are my number one.
Oh, wow. The Phoenix 5. Okay.
I love pretty much every member of the Phoenix 5. Doesn't even matter the order. The fact that they inherit each other's BAMs, gain the health as you go along. I don't think I've ever beaten it. I think I usually die around fight number 4. But it is always an experience, and even more so now that I've been doing homebrew for 2 years, because I use a randomizer that has all of the official content and all of my homebrew content. And every now and then RNGesus gives me a bunch of my homebrew characters against the Phoenix 5, and it is always an experience.
Awesome. Oh, wow. Phoenix. Yeah. You know what? They are, I think I've maybe played them once, and I kind of cheated when I said I've played all of the characters now, because I don't think I've actually played every single one of them. So I know I've played that experience once, but I probably only got like, maybe 3 characters in or something like that. So I've really got to try out all of the different variations of that fight. I think I sleep on that a bit too much. The Phoenix 5. Cool. That blew me away. They weren't on my radar. So you've done well. You surprised me there. Fantastic. Nice. All right, Dave.
So my number 1 is another collision or whatnot, and it is Mystique from the core.
Whoa! Yeah, diagonal high five.
Yeah, y'all gotta figure out. Y'all gotta figure out the diagonal.
The mirror thing throws me off. I'm a huge fan of Mystique and Destiny, and so that's definitely a plan, is to have a Mystique and Destiny 2 villain fight. But I mean, it pairs perfectly with the Days of Future Past expansion. I mean, this is the Days of Future Past assassination.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good, and it was just such a big twist from like every other fight that I'd gone against up until then. Really, really enjoy Mystique. And yes, it is even better with a little figure from Minis from Mars. The little Predator Kelly is so great. And you're right. It is an escort quest, and yet it is fun, unlike almost all escort quests.
Right. Yeah. Well, man, so much good quality in that, like so much good value in that set, because like we got all those like anti-heroes. So we got Magneto, and the fact that Mystique was also a hero in that. And we got all those other, we've got Juggernauts, we mentioned a few times there, like such a cool box full of good stuff there, like, and just in the core set, amazing. Mm-hmm. So yeah, did really well. So if you never got the rest of season 2 and you just had season 2, just the core set, you've seen here from the evidence from what we've said, you've got a lot of the greatest hits there, which is great. So yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. Well, my number 1, I'm going to have to do, let me see if I can do this right. All right. Oh, how am I going to do this? Okay. I'm going to have to go, wait. This one. There, whoa. Okay. Down, and diagonal. There we go. Sorry, Andrew. Okay.
I see how it is.
Yeah. But unless I'm mistaken, unless I've written the wrong thing down here, I think you might not have written this one down, but I've got Nimrod, that Sentinel fight. I'm a sucker for a multi-villain fight. Shameless sucker for a multi-villain fight. You get me every time. You just go, would you like more than one hero or more than one villain? I'm like, yes, sign me up. But yeah, Nimrod. And it's funny, actually, speaking of multi-villain fights, I'm surprised I couldn't find room for Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch as the dual fight, because they're quite a classic sort of fight from those days as well. But I just they weren't as memorable. The games I've had against the Brotherhood and Nimrod, just more chaotic, more fun. And I just remember being so excited by that. The fact that the Sentinels, there's such a thing on the table, and there's such a cool, the way they sculpted them, they look perfect. They're that classic Sentinel look from the days I remember, and that programmable type effect where you've got control over what they're going to do, but whatever it is, it's going to be bad. And there's the 3 of them, and the just the arc of that thing where, okay, you're fighting them, but then also Nimrod's going to come out and he's going to be more unstoppable than all of them. And it's just such a cool fight. I really was impressed. And again, it was one of the early days sort of fights. And I remember just being like, wow, I love this game. It does so much different stuff and so many different things. And I can see myself just playing and playing and playing and playing this game and never getting tired of this, because like, look at what they're giving us. There's just so much we can do. And like you said, you probably both said, like, you get that challenge mode that, hey, did you like these Sentinels, but maybe didn't really like Nimrod as much? Why don't you just chuck him into fighting Magneto? Or like you said, why don't we just, if we want to play the Days of Future Past thing and have Mystique there, chuck a Sentinel in, and like, yeah, very cool. It had a lot going for it. And you get the classic Logan model in that set and everything as well. So like, to get that fight, you need to get the Days of Future Past set, and you get that cool hero in it and as well, with his cool little jacket with the furry lapel and everything. Just, yeah, I love everything about it. So yeah, the Nimrod fight still just stands out to me as an indelible memory of like what Marvel United is. When I think of Marvel United, it's one of the pictures that's floating around in my head is always those Sentinels. So yeah, excellent fight. And let's have a look. I've missed a now this is okay, apologies, I'm not going to know how to pronounce. Is that Coquette has said this is absolutely the best Marvel. Oh, thank you. The best Marvel game ever made. In fact, this is the best board game ever made. Well, I agree with that too. But thank you. I think this is a statement that I had in my head to mention when we were talking about our general overall feelings or experiences with season 2 or something. And that's a thing I wanted to mention, is that this was like, it's like back in the day. Do you remember back in the day as a kid, like, and that video game I'm talking about with the, the levels I could never get past? Do you remember being a kid growing up with video games, and whenever you heard, oh, there's a game and it's going to have Jurassic Park in it, oh, there's a game and it's going to have the X-Men in it, oh, there's a game, you were always like, oh, that's going to be crap, because no game with any IP was ever any good. IP was just like, oh, someone's sold out and they're going to slap, they've got the worst video game makers they could find for the cheapest they could find, and they're just going to get some guys in the Temu like Gamers Lab, or they're going to get like the absolute work experience kids who have no idea how to do any programming, and they're going to get them to make the game. And that's it. It's like, oh, look, a Jurassic Park game. It's got a driving level in it. And it's like, oh, they'd put, oh my God, they'd go, oh, this game's going to be great because it's got all these different game modes. It's like, but it's the worst version of a driving game you could ever have. It's the worst version of a platformer you could ever, like, just garbage every time. You saw an IP and you knew it was going to be stinking hot garbage. And I don't know when that changed, but somehow over time, like now a lot of IP games are really good, right? And it's kind of the same with board games. And like, I still am like, I guess like people who like their card games and stuff like have like the One Piece card game, but I'm still like, there's no good My Hero Academia game. There is no good One Piece game. There is no good, and for ages there was just no really good Marvel game, in my humble opinion. But
what?
Then
you didn't love the X-Men Danger Room alert game where you walk around in circles, eventually roll dice to win? I guess.
My God. Here's another game with like stock footage from the films, and it's like, oh my God, just garbage. Anyway, Marvel United hit the scene, and I can't remember which one came first, but Marvel Champions is also pretty good, so props to Marvel Champions as well. But and the Legendary game, that's pretty good too. So I'm disproving my own point, but still, for a long time there was no really good Marvel game, and I agree. Not only was this a good game, but it's the best Marvel game out there. That's arguable, but still, best Marvel game out there. So much fun. And best board game ever made, at least for me, the one that I can film without breaking my brain, and goes for a short amount of time, and I can film it within the battery length of my camera. But still, just absolutely perfect. What a great game. Great comment, Coquette 440. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And Nelly also agrees with you and with me.
Yeah, I mean, think of any other game that has taken up as much of your mental bandwidth as this game. Nothing.
Yeah, it's so good. So genius comment. That comment wins the day. So very good. But such a good game. Now, talking about genius comments, let's go to Cataphract, who says, "Oh, what in the world?" Okay, did I mention Cataphract's number 2 was Nimrod? By the way, I feel like I did. Okay, cool. All right. Cataphract has said, again, really, this isn't the right order because this is just a mix of no particular order, but I'm going to hold him to it. And this is his number 1. Another, and we said there was going to be no crossover. Phoenix 5. So give a high five out to the world.
The chat's over here.
Phoenix 5. And he says, I know a lot of people dislike this one, and I probably would put myself in the category of I've not really given this one. I don't know if that I dislike it, but I've just shied away from it. I'm like, I'm never going to beat 5 villains in a row. I'm just not going to try. So I haven't really played it much. A lot of people dislike this one. Maybe we just lucked into a couple of good games, but we really enjoyed playing through this one. So there you go. Nelly, there's some backup for you with that awesome mode, Phoenix 5. You guys are making me want to go and try out the Phoenix 5 mode again. So fantastic. So there you go. What a cool epic range of characters that is. I'm very excited by that. That's cool. We've got a lot of crossover, lots of different ones there. Very cool. Very cool. So, those of you who have been watching or you watch this later or whatever, I hope you guys have enjoyed this part of it sort of thing. And, feel free to, chuck your comments in the, chuck your lists in the comments as well. It'd be really interesting to see what other people do. And a shout out to Mazu and I'm going to get this wrong, August St. Pierre, or a couple of people put their lists in last video as well. So definitely do that. Chuck your lists in. We'd love to see what you guys have got and how different and how similar and what you guys think of our lists and that sort of thing as well. So all very cool. But that finishes the villain top 5. Now, we kind of mentioned a few lowlights there. So before we move on to other areas, are there some lowlights that you otherwise wanted to highlight, or have you guys kind of covered your lowlights villain-wise in this? Oh, actually, you know what? Someone said they had a lot to say about a particular force in lowlights. So I think we might open up the floor to Andrew Fantasia.
Yeah,
get the popcorn out.
That's the thing that it was always a point of contention for me for this season. So full disclosure, I have never faced Apocalypse or the Horseman because up until literally a month ago, I didn't even own that expansion. The what are they called? Game Steward. They've some of their prices have gone down a little bit. So I've been slowly but surely starting to fill in the gaps in my collection. And I picked up Apocalypse last month, and I picked up Phoenix 5 at the beginning of this month. So I now have every expansion. I'm set. Now I'm working my way through all the cardboard locations and stuff like that. I'll grab one thing a month, and slowly that'll help fill the time before DC gets here. But yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can I just, to butt in, I'm not being a very bad host, but as I always do, can I ask, does this mean, because I can't remember if you did or didn't do this. I don't know how you did this if you didn't own these. Does this mean we might be getting some deep dives, or did you already cover these somehow, even though you didn't have the boxes?
I covered them on a special episode. I did a 3-for-1, and I was like, hey, I don't have these, but here's what's in them anyway. Take a look.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sorry. I was like, I was excited. I was like, whoa, more Andrew Fantasia content. But okay.
Cool. But I have not faced the Horseman or Apocalypse, so I don't have anything to say about their fights. But I will say that as a low light, that box kind of hit me. The reason I didn't get it, and the reason it took me so long to get it, was just the thought of it being this sort of big final boss box like Thanos and like Galactus. But Thanos and Galactus had this really cool setup where you have the pre-fight and then the main event, but all of those villains were their own thing. and they could be their own thing. And you can just go ahead and fight Proxima Midnight and nuts to Thanos. This is just, you're fighting Proxima Midnight one day. Now I'm just fighting Firelord one day. Sure. And the Horseman being just the Horseman, not as interesting. And I feel like Simon kind of clued into that, because in Multiverse, we got that other Apocalypse box, which kind of feels like what this should have been. Like, instead of the 4 Horsemen being those 4 minis, I think it would have been much more fun if it was like, okay, the 4 Horsemen are just his henchmen on his threat cards, but then in that box, you're getting Sugar Man, you're getting Nemesis, you're getting Dark Beast, and they are this kind of group fight, but they are also individuals, what have you, like the Heralds. And then I think that would have just made the box, it would have given it a much higher score in my deep dives. Whereas right now, this box, I think it's the lowest scoring box in all of United, because you've just got Apocalypse, who granted is an anti-hero, cool, but then the Horseman fight is just, here's all these 4 great minis, and it's just for this one particular purpose, and that's it. So that was why I really held off for a long time on that box, and it's a shame, because the other 2 seasons, they handled that type of box so well.
Yeah.
I think Darren started making boss, like, individual fights for the Horsemen. I don't know how far he got along with that. That's something I might pick up at some point too, is finishing that out.
Ooh, cool.
To give them their own fights.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who. Yeah, was it? I think you're right. I think someone did start working on them. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, they're a. Yeah, I don't know what it is about them. It's like, is it that they don't really have as characters in the comics? Do they really have enough of their own personality and interest? I feel like you could. I feel like they've done well with characters who aren't necessarily like your top tier characters, and made really interesting villain fights out of them, like your Callistos and things like that. Like, I feel like they could have done some really cool stuff with these guys, especially like Archangel, like Death. Like, that could have been a really cool fight. Like, and yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. Could have put Caliban in as well.
Probably, yeah, Caliban too. Probably, if I were to try and do it to tell the story, because I'm pretty sure in the comics it was the 3 riders who showed up first and were doing stuff, and then like in the next issue, Death joins them. So I think I probably would do a fight where it's like a trio fight and then a 4 fight when Death joins.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like just one prelude and then the big fight, I feel like is just not enough. Just not enough going on. And yeah, the Herald fight is like you have them stand alone too.
Bigger.
Huh?
I was just saying, I agree. Like, I think the prelude could have been enough if it was a bigger prelude, because like you could totally take the mechanics of each horseman and, like, without having to go too far into making new mechanics, you could easily take the mechanics of each horseman and just make a villain fight out of that. But because of the way it works in the prelude, you're only seeing each horseman for 2 to 3 turns.
Yeah.
So like, it's like they feel like lesser characters as a result. Like, depending on your fight, you'll see a henchman longer than you'll see a horseman.
Like, to me, it should have been, first horseman shows up, you're not going to beat them. Second horseman shows up, now there's 2 of them.
A
little bit later, third horseman shows up, now there's 3 of them. Fourth horseman shows up, now you can try and take them down.
So many interesting ways. Well, that's the door's open for homebrewers. There you go. So but yeah, it's just one that got away, I think. Well. Damn. Just a funny box overall, because there was no heroes in there. It's cool that there was an anti-hero, but also he's got such a weird choice for an anti-hero as well.
Kind of was a hero in there. because Mohawk Storm was a bundle-in figure for that.
That's right.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, a bundling.
She wasn't in the box, but
she
you
wasn't
got
in the box. Yeah,
as an additional piece.
That's a good point. Yeah, that
I
helps sweeten the deal for sure.
Yeah, stand corrected. Stand corrected.
And she's fun.
She is.
Yeah. Cool to paint too. All right. Well, there you go. We've finished on a positive there. That's good. All right. Well, should we? Is there anything else? I feel like we've been negative enough. I mean, the prelude has dived on that grenade and taken a big hit for us. So we could probably move on. But no, what did you want to say, Dave?
So I had two. One was Deadpool, and I didn't enjoy the Deadpool villain fight. Yeah. It just, the thing is, like, I get it, but also I would love to have a Deadpool fight where it's just he's just a scary merc, you know?
Yeah.
Without him being like breaking the fourth wall like all over the place. And I do actually have on my Lowlights the Phoenix 5, but I also haven't played it, but it just didn't appeal to me. But now I've heard two people say that it's their number one, so I'm gonna have to get it now. So I will do a full test on that.
The only thing I think you won't like with the Phoenix 5 is that you can't really take out your wilds for that fight.
Right. I think that's why I didn't like it. That was a concern I had.
Yeah, because like each fight that comes in, one of the threats gets replaced with like the Phoenix threats, and the Phoenix threats require wilds.
Yeah.
Oh.
You can take out your wilds against each individual. So like if you're just fighting the 5 as separate villains. Yeah. And something that I've seen a lot of people do, myself included, is that if I'm just fighting like Cyclops, like Phoenix 5 Cyclops, I'm not doing the full gauntlet of just doing Cyclops. I will give him 2 other villains and attach it to it, so it'll be Cyclops plus 2 other BAMs. And those are always a lot of fun. But yeah, if you're doing the full gauntlet, which includes the Phoenix threats, you need your wilds, and I know you don't like those.
I have to think of a fix for that.
You are giving me lots of reasons to try this. Double reasons.
To also go off of what you were saying, diversion regarding Deadpool. That villain fight was also kind of my low light. It was hilarious and a lot of fun the first time.
Yeah.
And then I just kind of never wanted to go back to it because I know it's a fight that you can never win. It's just a score game, and then it's anytime it shows up on my RNG list, I'm just like, I don't like, especially if I'm playing it on my own. I was like, it's not something I don't like. I don't want to keep score and see how well I do alongside myself. Like it's more enjoyable with somebody else, but if it's I would have much rather just like an actual fight.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I have to do math.
It's like it's just kind of a gag. I think that's one of the ones too I played really early. So I think I played it solo with you're just and he just kept team wiping me and it was like, well, how does this work? Because the solo thing, if you get team wiped, you're out. Like, it was just a really weird sort of game. So I think it didn't quite work. I don't think so. Yeah, that's a good pick. Interesting. I think my only thing is, which I know there's a lot of fans. There's people have said that they really like the Legion fight, and you were mentioning Legion. I think the thing about the villain fight with Legion that I don't love is that it kind of always is going to be the same. Like for such a he's got all these different personalities. I don't like that you have to stack them in that same order every time, so that you know you're going through this phase and this phase. Like the cards in them are different, so it's not always going to play out exactly the same. But you know that it kind of there's that thing built into it where something to do with the last couple of characters that he can be is like you're trying to get him to a state where he can't have that one card that means that you can't ever win because I forget what it is, but like I don't like that always is going to be the order in which the cards play out, and that's the way it's been designed. I wish I wish he could sort of be those characters in any different order, sort of thing.
I wonder if it would break it if you just mix those up.
It wouldn't break it, but then you would have the possibility of the game just abruptly ending, because each personality has its own win condition. And so, like, the first one is like, if there's any locations with no civs, he wins. And then the next one is like, if there's any locations with no thugs, he wins. So if it got randomized, you could just like go into a personality that now, like, you were protecting thugs before, so you were getting rid of civs, and then it just suddenly switched to civs and you got rid of them all. So like, you would open the door to just abrupt ends. So you could mix it up, but you'd have to like rework his end games.
Yeah. That's kind of what I don't like, that it's been designed in such a way that it's like, oh, that's just not going to like you. Yeah. Anyway, but it's still really cool. It's still a really creative thing. I wish it was more random sort of thing. But yeah. I sort of hesitate to call that a low light. That's just a little like, oh, it's a niggle sort of thing. Right. Well, let's talk about modes. I guess I think that was the next thing we talked about was.
Do we want to touch on any locations first?
Oh yeah. Well, I've got modes, locations, and.
Okay.
Well, I almost feel like we shouldn't. Almost feel like we could maybe just touch on equipment as a general thing, but not even go through that as a list. But why don't we talk about locations and equipment maybe first, and then say, because modes is probably a bit more. We've probably got more interesting things to talk about there. So let's start with locations. And what did you guys want to say about? Let's pull a juggernaut, and we'll go back around the other way. So. Dave, what would you, just to throw everyone off their game? Dave, what would you like to say about locations?
I had three that like I just really like these locations, and they're all from the core box for X-Men. It was just a great core box. The hangar bay, like, just get one of the three tokens. Like, that's such a great location. It's so good.
Yes, please.
Muir Island Research Station, like, choose another hero in this or an adjacent location to draw a card. Great. It's like, it can be a power boost or just a heal, which is like nice. And then the third one is one that's just like, it's kind of like a fix for the Iron Man Stark Labs Sentinel Space Station, where you have to discard a card in order to pick up a card from the storyline.
Okay.
And like, that feels a little bit more appropriate for how powerful that effect is, to be able to reuse something. But yeah, those are just great locations. I'm never unhappy to see them show up.
yeah, that's cool. I think the fun thing about X-Men locations too, like being X-Men fans, is like, it's just fun seeing those locations in the game. You know, it helps tell the story.
I do just also feel like the locations were better in X-Men than the Marvel United core box from season 1. Like, I felt like there was a lot more different options. Like I said, like, you couldn't get action tokens very easily in season 1 until really Spider-Man came out.
All right. Well, what about yourself, Nelly? Any? I think you said earlier you were saying you had one.
I had one, but then it grew to 3. But as the night went on, like, each hour I tacked on a new one. So going from third to first, for number 3, I really like the Baxter building.
Yep.
Just because the whole, like, draw a card, but if you've ever been a member of the Fantastic Four, you can get a token instead. Just because I have a lot of memories. So I didn't realize that the rule book for Fantastic Four came with a list of members of the Fantastic Four. So I just have a lot of memories of, like, playing with friends, and, like, we would get that location and we would land on that. I was like, shit, has this person ever been a member? Can I get a token? Honorary member was like, maybe just like guest star.
Oh, I think you should play where you just have to argue that they are a member. And if you can convince the table, then go for it.
My number 2, just because I really like, I think this is the only place this mechanic actually shows up, and I even made a homebrew hero that kind of revolves around this hero or mechanic. But 4 Yancey Street, putting like the heroic token on the map, and it increases the number of slots. Like each one is its own thing. That was just super unique, and I ended up doing that for like my hero for Cementos. I used that as him expanding slots as well, kind of like the same gimmick. And then my number one is once again going to my boy Deadpool's apartment. Just because it makes me laugh every time I see it. It's like the artwork is hilarious, and then the little threat icon on the bottom right, where like it's drawn in like a pirate symbol.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. And what about yourself, Andrew?
I just had one that stood out to me, and it's because of my old Sega Genesis X-Men memories, and that's Asteroid M. Because that was sort of your end goal in the Genesis game. That was the final level. You had to get to Asteroid M and fight Magneto. So the fact that now here comes a game where you can control Asteroid M, and it's pretty rad because you can basically you can just shoot at some thugs and get rid of them. And man, does that ever come in handy. So I just every time Asteroid M is on the table, I'm like, I'm having that. So I'm always just happy to use that end of turn effect as much as possible.
Yeah. Well, I think I've got some crossover here. My locations probably aren't as exciting in general sort of thing, because I think when I was looking through the sets, I think I forgot to look at that. I think I've got them stored separately, the Fantastic Four locations as well. So there's some really good ones there too. But I had the Hangar Bay again, because you can't go past just free tokens. Here you go. And like if it's like any choice, so good. There's a reason when I made my first location for Cameron Hodge, it was the X Factor headquarters, and I basically just copied that ability and said, "Yep, that'll do." And I've got Asteroid M, so some crossover there. Again, super fun, just zapping things around the board and that sort of thing, and a cool iconic location. And another cool iconic location was Genosha. And again, helps with the civilian sort of thing. Not quite as useful because I think it's only in that spot. But those are the ones that sort of stood out to me as like they're fun. I don't have to worry about discarding anything to get a benefit. I'm like, I don't want to hurt myself. Just give me free stuff. So those are the ones that stood out to me, sort of thing. But again, I think locations in general, like I love having them. I love thematically like choosing them for whatever I'm going to use. But I don't ever really think too much about what the effects do. I usually more think about what the theme it can kind of tell me, and I have fun with that. Apart from Jabari Village, I dream about Jabari Village all the time, giving that wild token every time. But that's one that I've memorized. I'm like, I know what's under that card. I'm going straight there. That's pretty cool. So there's some. But overall, I think the locations got more interesting there, didn't they? So now talking about things that got interesting, this was not really part of season 2, but we sort of did the same thing when we talked about season 1. We've decided to sort of talk about the retroactive upgrade of season 2 with the equipment stuff. But it's kind of hard to pick our top 5 or, with this, because there really only are about 5 or 6, I think you were saying, Dave, equipment cards. So anyone got anything they want to say about these equipment cards?
It's cool that there's a playing card, I guess. But I don't think I've used any of these ones yet. Not the X-Men ones anyway.
I think, because let's go through them. So Magneto's got his helmet.
There's exactly I have them. So Cyclops visor, Magneto helmet, Gambit deck of cards, Magic Soul Sword, and Namor Trident.
And then they also added
forgot about the trident.
Young Cyclops visor, I think.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And it's funny I like the Magneto helmet, like, because he uses to protect his mind against playing random.
Yeah, that one was my choice.
That was pretty cool,
just because it's super thematic and like how it mechanically works. Prevents you from playing randomly or face down.
Yeah, but I'm confused about the visor. Like, Because correct me if I'm wrong, but the visor is if you don't play a card with an, is that right? If you don't play a card with a special action on it, you can use it to use your punches in an adjacent location. But if you do that, any heroes in that location also take a damage.
Yeah.
Is that right? And so to me, it's like, what's happening? Is it like, is the equipment effect that he's taking off his visor? Because it's like he has control over his shots with his special abilities. Surely that's him using his visor, and taking off the visor is when you have no control and hit. Like, why would he go, okay, let me put my visor on and do this and hit Storm in the back? Like, why would he do that? Like, I don't understand why he hits everyone else. Like, it's clearly meant to be that thing where he goes, like, at the beginning of the dun, 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 music, and he shoots his laser beam and it flies up in the air and stuff, but where he loses control. But, like, why does the equipment give him the ability to lose control and not using the equipment give him the precision?
I remember seeing a lot of people complain about that during the Kickstarter.
Oh, really? Okay.
I remember a lot of comments like that. Shouldn't that be like the opposite?
Yeah.
I would interpret it as him taking it off. Because the way it's phrased is that you can use any punches you have in adjacent locations. So I think the idea is that, like, if you have a bunch of punches, he's just like boom, 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 like blasting a bunch, Yeah,
but when does he ever hit an X-Man when he's using his visor? He never hits an X-Man. Even when he's going like hardcore mode, like at the beginning of that season 2 animated series or whatever, the remake, he was doing all sorts of cool stuff, and he was like using it to control his flight and stuff. He had total control of that stuff.
Yes,
you can't tell me that he's.
So when I thought of Cyclops getting equipment, my thought was like having him have like the Summers playbook, because he's like his thing is that like he's like really good at planning things. Like he's like the Batman of
he's the Batman, yeah.
So like he has a plan for every villain. So like him being able to like know what's coming in the master plan deck makes sense, or something like that. So like that's definitely the route I would have gone for Cyclops equipment, because his visor's already built into his special powers.
I think the problem they had with that was that they'd already it's the problem that it's a retroactive thing, right? So they were like, oh, we've got to give him, it's such an iconic piece of equipment, and he's one of the only X-Men that I guess technically regularly uses like an equipment that they could think of that they had. So they wanted to give him equipment, but they'd already designed him with precision. So it was like, what is this thing going to do? It's almost like they kind of just went, we'll fudge it and we'll put that in sort of thing. But like it's cool. Like it lets you tell a cool story where he's going crazy. It's just funny that you're using the equipment to not use it, sort of thing. Yeah. But anyway, there wasn't much else, was it? There was like the Trident and the
I did like Gambit's playing cards. I thought that was a really good use of like giving him some action tokens no matter what that he has to play with, for him to then fling them with his attack abilities.
Yeah, and I think I've seen a few folks like comment on that too. Like they're saying, oh yeah, he becomes more usable, and like because otherwise he was kind of annoying, like taking
stealing other people's tokens to be able to do that.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else got any comments they want to make about the equipment?
No,
not really, because there wasn't a lot. But I'm going to start things off, if you don't mind. Maybe I should save this. Or maybe I should save it. I'll save it. I'm not going to start things off. We're going to keep going counterclockwise, I think. So we're going to go Dave. Now we're talking modes and challenges. So unless there's anything else people want to bring up, modes and challenges is where we're at. What did season 2 bring to you that you think was on point?
Okay, so season 2 actually brought several of my favorite modes in. Number 1 was supervillain mode. If you haven't played this is a blast. Totally recommend. It is really fun. You do feel like a little cackling mastermind, like because you've got like more little tricks, and of course they've got their own little tricks to play against you. It's a blast. I remember wanting to be able to play as the villain back before, because season 1 had that trader mechanic for Loki, and I was like, oh, we could turn this into its own thing. And I had tried doing it based off of that, and it just, it didn't work very well. But this adds that extra little bit of edge where it's like, oh, actually, I'm gonna decide where I'm going this turn, and then just like, oh, it's so good.
Nice.
Super villain mode is real good.
That's very cool, and it's so good that for that world of people that really enjoy their competitive games, it's not just again, like we talked about, those crappy games. It's like, oh yeah, this game's got like a driving level in it, but it's the worst driving level you've ever seen, and it's like nothing like Daytona or whatever. Like, it's cool that it's like a legitimately fun mode somehow, that like for a game that's not designed for it at all, they've made a really legitimate multiplayer game.
It works well. It's unfortunate there are some hero cards, their effects just don't feel as good, because it's like you're seeing what's coming in the deck but not what's in their hand. It's a bummer, but it's just a really fun mode. I played as Onslaught, and that was really satisfying, because it was like I could pick where I wanted to land with his landing effects. That was really good. The next mode, and this is my favorite mode in all of Marvel United, and that is team versus team. I love team versus team. I've had so many really good games with that. And then to complement team versus team, which comes in the same box as it, is Accelerated Villain Challenge. And that is just nuts. Because if you play team versus team without Accelerated Villain, it's a foregone conclusion that you're going to beat the villain, but it's a race, right? It's like who's gonna win first. But if you do Accelerated Villain, it's no longer a foregone conclusion that you're going to win. There is a very good chance that you are both teams going to lose. And being able to choose to do one or the other is real cool. I would say if you're going to do team versus team and like big 3 versus 3 teams against Sinister, maybe don't pick Accelerated Villain Challenge, because you will lose quickly.
Very cool. Very cool. Kind of reminds me of there's a game called Australia, which is like Australia was spelled with a Z, and it's like a Cthulhu thing where it's like Australia's being invaded by Cthulhu, and you're trying to sort of build railway lines out to like try and fight against him and send your armies and stuff. And Cthulhu has a very good chance of winning that game. Like it's you can do all the outmaneuvering of your opponent as you like, but Cthulhu is still coming for you. Sort of thing. It's a pretty cool one. But you know what's funny about that team versus team mode? I that, because you guys know me, I'm not a big fan of like the competitive games and that sort of stuff. But I love that there's like 2 different, legitimate, very different feeling, quality multiplayer modes in this. And then from this same season, but I know that like when they sort of announced the idea of like team versus team modes, I was like, oh, that's really cool. I'd love to like fight against because I love my multi-villain fights. I'm like, oh, I'd love to do all the executioner song things where the different X-Men were pitted against each other because they were trying to pin the blame of who assassinated Xavier and stuff. And so like I was like, oh, I'd really like to play X Factor versus X Force, but it's like, oh, I can't, because I don't like playing multiplayer games. I'm never going to get enough people around to play this. It's just, and I don't really want to. Like, I want to play Marvel United as a cooperative game or a solo game. I can't get that experience. But of all people, Dave, I think it was you who is the champion of the multiplayer fights, who created the way for me to play my team versus team mode against the computer by making your Rogues Gallery mode. So now I can play Sinister 6, which is like an awesome mode that I love playing, with teams of heroes against other teams of heroes and stuff. So this game has everything. Like, do you like multiplayer? Do you like single player? Do you like single player versus 1 character, single player versus 1,000 characters? Heroes or villains? We got something for you. It's so good. So thank you for making the Rogues Gallery mode. It's tops. It's very cool. But those are some cool modes. Did you have any other modes you wanted to talk about or challenges, or will we move on to Nelly?
Those are the tops.
Those are the big ones. Bigs, Yep, nice, yep. Those are some pretty top ones. They're pretty major ones. It's so funny because they're not my wheelhouse, but that they both came in this. Like I forget that they both came in this season. So yeah, awesome. Nelly, what about you? What are your modes and challenges that you're a big fan of?
So I've already mentioned 2 of these, but the Deadpool challenge. I love Deadpool. I love the random and funniness of the Deadpool challenge. My number 1 villain fight, so the Phoenix 5 challenge mode.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna snipe this one from you, Meeple, because I feel like I'm gonna say it.
But,
the Danger Room.
Oh, no, I love it. I love it. You know what though? Well, no, I feel like I shouldn't interrupt. Do you want to talk a little bit about the danger mode, and then I'll
So I actually, unironically, haven't played the Danger Room much, but it is always fun to use, and it always makes me feel like I'm in the Danger Room. And it is one of the few challenges that makes the game easier, because I think almost every one of the cards is a buff. Like none of them are negative effects. But it's just still it's a lot of fun. It does make some of the it helps iron out some of the pains of if you're using a random team, you could just end up having a team that's not very compatible with each other. So having that small buff from the Danger Room does kind of help out in that aspect. But yeah, so like I said, I don't use it much, but when I do, it's always a lot of fun.
We need that meme. I don't use the Danger Room much, but when I do. Well, I'll jump in there as well, and I'll say it's so funny. You would think I would love using that mode all the time. I do love the idea of it, but I've found when I've played it that I just for some reason I never use it. It happens to be in a spot that or I'm so fixated on achieving the missions and running around that I never have time to go back there and camp in the spot and get the things,
When I added it to my list, you were what I was thinking of. Obviously, I know people like this mode. I also know that in every video he's used the Danger Room, he's never once drawn it.
I think maybe once. I think maybe there was one. But it's either I never even open it. It just happens to be that's the location threat that I never end up going to, or isn't the hot spot of the game. Whatever. But it's also why when I designed vehicle mode, I've put in as an optional thing, you can have 1, 2, or 3 garages, depending on your level of difficulty, because I want to make sure that I can get to that location at least somewhere and open that bloody thing up. So rather than just having one that I just happen to never go to, sort of thing. So, so that's the danger. I like that pick. That's a good pick. I like it in theory. I think, you know what? I think, no, okay, we're going to save that for season 3. I don't know why I sang that like Frozen, but anyway. Season 3. Season 3. All right. The stream has gone too long. All right. So, good choices there too. I like those. Andrew, what about yourself? Any modes or challenges stand out?
Okay, so a lot of the modes I actually haven't played with. I've never done Accelerated Villain. I've never done Danger Room. I did Super Villain once, and that was way back, and I wasn't even playing as the villain, so I couldn't even tell you what that felt like. But maybe this doesn't even count as a mode, but it is just a new gameplay mechanic that they added to season 2 that just floored me, and that's just the concept of purple anti-heroes. It changed everything in such a wonderful way and added so much variety that you can't look back. It has become such a core part of what makes United, and it's so much so that when DC came out and everybody saw that core box and there was nobody purple in it, the whole fan base turned into that John Travolta meme, and they were like, what's going on? And we finally get some purple people happening in there, but it's such a strong addition that you can't imagine United without it. And like you look back at season 1 and you're like, I can't believe people went a whole season without anti-heroes. And as fun as the challenges that I've tried are, I've never felt that way about them. I've never felt like I can't believe United existed without the Sentinel challenge, right? So anti-heroes just for me became another cornerstone of the game. Like they became part of the foundation.
Yeah. That's cool. I guess so for me, I'll start off with the challenge. So and I'll just briefly just say it was I just love the little Sentinel challenge thing. I like the idea of that. I rarely use it because you know me, I don't like to make my games harder, but I love that it's a thing. I love the way the Sentinels work. So I like the idea that you don't have to play that big, massive mode to get that experience. You can sort of season your games with them, season with the Sentinel. But now this one, the point I'm about to raise is actually it's not really a mode or a challenge, but it's sort of similar to what you said there, Andrew. And I'd echo the anti-heroes was a game changer. That's so good. But this is sort of along that line of it's just a thing that they added, like we talked about, like the starting hand cards and that sort of stuff. A thing that they added that I've been biting my tongue, biding my time. I'm getting copping flack from you guys, copping flack from the comments. All this rubbish talk about, it's so what a pain to have to use like teamwork cards that are super duper fun. Why would you not use the Fantastic Four with all of them? They're not called the Fantastic 1 or 2 if you like. It's the Fantastic Four. 4 of them. You use all 4 of them. If you're going to use Mr. Fantastic, you don't not take Sue Storm. When would he never turn up with her? You don't not take the Thing, and you don't not take, who's the last one I mentioned? The Torch or Sue Storm or whoever. Like, holy moly, Alpha Flight. How did you not put the whole team in your list, Andrew? Alpha Flight are a team. They're not called Alpha one guy. It's the whole freaking team. Alpha, like, oh my God, the team mechanic is the best thing in Marvel United. This game, where's that comment? Look at this. All right, this is absolutely the best Marvel game ever made. In fact, this is the best board game ever made. In fact, team mechanics are the best mechanic in all of human history. It's better than the wheel and fire. All right. The team's like, oh my God, I cannot believe how many times I see people say like, oh, I really don't like you. Like, then just take Sue Storm with him. Like, what are you like? What? Oh, I like to play randomly. Okay, but if you get Mr. Fantastic arrive on your random thing, throw everybody else out and put the rest of the Fantastic Four team in. You get Cloak, put Dagger in. You get Dagger, put Cloak in. Oh my goodness! Like, and also, if you love your random stuff, I love this game because it's so random. Okay, put up with it. You get Mr. Fantastic, you got to use him without someone else, as if you would. But like, okay, he's still fun because it's Marvel United. He's got bright, bold patterns on his thing, and he's got like the movement symbol and the action symbol, all that sort of stuff. It's a fun game anyway. Sometimes you get a character that's good at crisis tokens and you're not fighting a villain with crisis tokens, but you still play the game because it's fun. Who cares if Mr. Fantastic doesn't always combo off everybody else? It's an amazing ability. I love playing those. If I wasn't cheating and like picking teams as a single character, every single one of my top 5 would have been Alpha Flight as a team, Fantastic Four as a team. I can't believe the X Factor don't have team cards. Oh my God. Team cards are amazing and I love them. They're so good. Like, I cannot tell you the joy I get from like taking that card and going, Fantastic Four card down there. Okay, play my first. Oh, look what I got. It's a Fantastic Four card. Put it down, put a token on. Oh, next turn, I get another one. Oh, put it down. Oh, I get another one. Look at my turn I'm having. 15 attacks with this guy because I've got all these cards on here. Alpha Flight, the only problem with Alpha Flight, they don't have enough team cards in the deck. They need more of them so they show up more. Same with Crimson Dynamo and his team, or whatever they're called, the Winter Guard. They need more cards in there. I don't know, give some more team cards to Cloak and Dagger. They're awesome as too, but they don't have the same thing. But those team cards are so good. So good. I love them. And I don't
know if it's the lighting, but I can see you turning red.
Apologies. I'm probably a little bit tongue in cheeky. I know, but like Man, I just love the team card mechanics. I love every time like trying to combo those things together. And they've given rise to, spoiler alert for season 3, but there's a team mechanic in that season that is unbelievably fun little mini game that you can play. And like, I love them. They're so good. You can't convince me that like that's not a good mechanic to put in. Like, I just don't understand. Like, they're team cards for a reason. They're given to the people that are always just teams, and it just makes sense to take them as a team. And if you're not going to take him as a team, that's cool. But like, don't complain if Mr. Fantastic's not as good, because he's Mr. Fantastic, not used to fighting without his team. So of course he's not going to combo well. I love them. They're so good. Team stuff is where it's at.
Those team dynamics, they made me change up the way I randomize. Because they work so well in tandem, and they're very thematic. But me being a person who loves randomness so much, I ended up just sort of changing my list. So now my list has, Cloak is on my list and Dagger is on my list, but there's also an entry for Cloak and Dagger. There's an entry for the Starjammers. There's an entry for the Fantastic Four, and then everybody separately. So I could end up getting one where they're flying solo, and Invisible Woman is like, none of my friends are with me. I have to team up with Weapon X. Fine. But then she could also be with her family. So it's like, it just adds another layer of randomness to it. Yeah. So
I'd also like to apologize for the voice I put on for people who don't like team text. I always do that. Apologies if I ever make a voice where I'm like, "Oh, I don't like this." It's just the voice I do when I'm
like me. I don't understand. Was that meant to be offensive?
That was just the voice of the internet.
Really, it's meant to be my voice of the internet, but. I've got to stop doing it because I get in trouble from my wife when sometimes I'll obviously be quoting her and she'll be like, "Don't make fun of me like that." That's not what I sound like. Honestly, but I stand by my comments on team comment or team thingies.
I like the team cards. My issue is specifically with the Fantastic Four one, because like if RNG gives me a random Alpha Flight member, that random Alpha Flight member still benefits from the Alpha Flight card. It's just they're only going to get like the benefit of that one. But with the Fantastic Four, the way it's worded is that you perform all the actions on the card, then you put a token on it. So if you get like a lone Fantastic Four member, they don't benefit from their own card. Granted, like they have two of them, so at least like the first one is just dead. But then their second one, like if you're Invisible Woman, play the first one, you get nothing, but you add a move to it. Then the second time you use it, you at least get the move, but you don't do anything with the heroic. But like that's my one issue with it, is that like I'll RNG get a single Fantastic Four member and don't benefit, like unless I draw both of the cards in that one match. Like that first one I draw is just a single action card. Like there's no effect on it.
Yeah. Well, my counterpoint to that would be I hear a lot of this from people who also like to say that they love challenging games and throw their double wilds out. Well, if you like such a challenging game, you should be enjoying playing with one arm behind your back with Fantastic Four without their teammates. Like, do you want to challenge? Do you want to challenge or do you not want to challenge? Like, it's just okay. You just happen to be like that. Isn't that part of the comics? Like, the times that they go down usually would be when they're caught without their team and stuff.
So I should point out, my issue with the team cards is not that they're weak or powerful. My issue is that Sue Storm only has 2 special cards. And then she has the team cards, and it just like, because like the thing is like I see the Fantastic Four characters as being kind of integrated within the Marvel universe, and so like I would definitely see Sue Storm, Jean Grey, and those 3 like going off on a mission together, right? And then it's like, hey Sue, what are you doing? Like I can go invisible one time.
Yeah, she's busy. She's busy texting Reed. She's on her phone. She's texting Reed. When you play those cards with the thing, it's just she's texting Reed. That's all it is.
I wouldn't invite her then.
Yeah. I think I'm a man alone on an island shouting at clouds here. But like, I think as you've seen from the, I think Cataphract agreed with you guys and stuff. Like, I think I'm sort of in the minority, but I love them. I love that they exist. I love how they work. My issue is there's not enough of them. I wish the Alpha Flight had a couple more of those and stuff, but
I would be less against it if they flipped the order of it. If it was place a token on it, then perform all the actions on it. Yeah, because then at least it's not a like a dead draw if you're playing with only that one hero.
They're doing teamwork with themselves. High five, me. Yeah. That was a really cool move you did, Sue. I thank you, Sue. That's cool. That's cool. But yeah, I do like that they exist, sort of thing. So yeah, pretty cool.
Well,
but you know what?
Anyone also doesn't like them. I have made fantastic who can be used with other people, and they're a lot better.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say that was the next thing I was going to say. You really should. I know Dave, you mentioned it before as well, but really, you should check out Dave's stuff. I think you've got it available on the wiki, the Simon United wiki, and also if you're in the Discord as well. They are a really cool alternate way. If you feel the way that it seems like the majority feel, and you're looking for a game where you can just play a casual game with them and still feel like you've got a competitive chance. There's some really cool options there. And I would say the same, you've sort of done a similar thing with a lot of what you've done, Dave. You've sort of done some tweaks of, say, the way that Gladiator works. You've added the overconfident villain deck. Mazu from the Discord has done a lot of really cool sort of alternate takes on villains and things like that. So if there are little areas that you're like, I wish, I wonder if we could have done it this way or see it this way. There are folks in the homebrew community who's sort of like whose jam seems to be like finding these things and like taking ways to sort of like tweak and improve and riff on existing designs and stuff as well, which is cool. So there's lots of cool stuff there. So check it all out.
Dan, did you want more teamwork cards? I could send you. I've got extras.
Yeah. I'll chuck them in. Wait, have Alpha Flight ever been part of the Fantastic Four? We'll send them to Baxter Building. Yeah, and you know what? While you're at it, if you got any of those double wilds, send them my way.
I got time. We'll send them
all. But yeah, so I wanted to get at least one sort of tongue-in-cheek ranty, and as there were more and more comments being made about, and what I particularly noticed was that when I think Dave, you were mentioning your thing, there were some nods from the other cameras that were coming when you were talking about teamwork, and I was biding my time. I was like, I've got to stand up for teamwork cards. There's nothing more fun than getting an Alpha Flight card and going, oh yes, I can do multiple things. Yeah, that's cool. So, well, that's pretty cool, guys. I think so. We've discussed the modes, we've discussed all that. So I think we've sort of come to the final point of our discussion sort of thing. Is there anything else people wanted to bring up just in general about season 2 before we maybe go into our outros and our sort of shout outs and things like that in last points? I think we've sort of covered it.
Yeah. I think we're all in agreement. Less teamwork cards.
Yeah, you guys are a terrible team.
Don't worry, you two. We'll mute them in post.
Less teamwork, more horsemen.
No wonder you guys can't coordinate your hands with your team.
I did a good job with my hands.
So good. Yeah. Well, this has been a blast. Rants aside, I hope you guys have really enjoyed the stream, all you guys out there watching, and thank you to you guys who have joined us here. It's been super good fun, and all of this stuff is like, obviously it's all just opinion stuff, and it's tongue-in-cheek and stuff, and so if you don't like your teamwork stuff, more power to you. That's all cool. But I thought maybe we'll go around and just, if there's anything you guys want to shout out, or things you're working on, you want to talk about, anything that you want to plug or anything like that. Anything available on Amazon. Anything. Feel free to, this is your time now. So, Andrew, would you like to start?
Sure. I was actually going to run and grab my copy, but that's perfect. You have one there. Thank you so much. Yeah, my book Gindependence came out last month. It came out in November, and I'm very excited for it. It's I've been told by some people who've read it that it's their favorite of my work so far. So I'm really happy and excited about that. It was a really fun personal project to work on, the most personal novel I've ever written, and I'm already at work on part 2. I was writing some of part 2 this morning, and I can't wait for people to experience it because it's a lot of fun. It's really cool stuff, and some subtle nods to the real world and some not so subtle nods to the real world in there as well. So
yeah, and something about it I think you do really well is you've managed to pull off like absolute sheer horror, like real horror, and yet at the same time make it fun and like hilarious as well. I don't know how you do it, but it's like there are some elements to this where I'm like, oh my god, I don't know whether to laugh or crawl, hide under the bed sort of thing. It's real cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A lot of it was based off of working in the service industry for 14 years, so that's where the horror comes from.
Yeah. Very cool. How about yourself, Nelly? You got anything you want to shout out? You're always got lots of projects on.
Yeah, I can be found almost anywhere. So anyone looking for me, you can find me on Twitch playing video games. You can find me on YouTube playing video games. If you're specifically interested in the United mindset, you can find me on Discord in the Simon United Discord. I have my own channel in there, Nelly's United Corner, where I do Castlevania, My Hero, Naruto, Overwatch, Pathfinder, Sentinels of the Multiverse, and I started doing Flesh and Blood, which is not up on TTS yet, but should be by the end of the month. I've been doing this for going on 3 years now. We're wrapping up year 2, I think. And I do at least 2 to 3 projects a week, all in an attempt to bankrupt Meeple. But yeah, so feel free to swing by, chat, and almost everything is also on Steam. So yeah, enjoy.
Fantastic. Nice. And what I might do, just because I otherwise I'll forget this. I wanted, as we go around, I'll give a quick shout out to, since we're doing shout outs, Cataphract, who's been joining us in this chat this whole time. Definitely check out their stuff on Discord, and I think it's mostly in the Discord, maybe on BGG as well. But they've made a really cool Cthulhu Death May Die mashup of United, and I don't know how they've done it, but it's it's a combination you would think maybe wouldn't work, but it works amazingly. And it's so impressive how they've made a game that's not exactly Marvel United, but and also not exactly Cthulhu Death May Die, but it's the best parts of both worlds, and it's really cool. So check that out as well. So yeah, very cool stuff. Dave, how about yourself?
Well, I'm still on this really long trajectory to work on my Transformers United thing. I haven't found something that makes me happy enough to put out. But once I get there, I'm eager for that. We've got a new Transformers box coming out this week.
Okay.
It's
is that the blocky ones?
Yeah, they're doing some from Beast Wars.
Okay.
It's neat.
Nice.
But,
and are you prepared to announce a certain magical little mini project you're working on? Yeah.
So it's funny. It kind of feels out of theme for the X-Men celebration, because this is definitely influenced from the DC Superheroes United. So I've been working on She-Ra Princesses of Power, which I
I'm super bummed about, because I'm going to finish this project and it's going to be off Netflix. So people who are like discovering it will be like, oh, I can't watch the show now. But yeah, it's been a fun project. So the idea is that there are magic icons, so like magical punches or magical heroics, and then the different characters will utilize those in special ways. And I've had a lot of fun with that. I've made 3 characters so far. I'm struggling on which villain I want to make. I'm actually thinking I may end up making a He-Man villain. Because, like, thematically, who characters be fighting, but like the final boss basically of the series. And I'm like, I want to build them more like a Thanos. So in order for that to work, I need to be able to let people get KO'd and removed from the game and pull in a new hero. But I only have 3 heroes made right now, so I need to save that villain until I've done a whole bunch of characters. So so the plan, I'm probably just gonna go with Skeletor and start off there. So then it'll be She-Ra, Catra, and Glimmer versus Skeletor as my first game.
That's such a perfect world suited for the United System. It fits so well.
Yeah. I know James Irish, if he ends up watching this stream at some point, shout out to James Irish. And I know he's a big fan of that sort of Masters of the Universe sort of world as well. And I think he had some ideas for some homebrew and stuff there as well. So he might be a good one to, you guys can maybe brainstorm ideas and stuff like that. But
I was actually thinking about like going into the Masters of the Universe side of things. Like, this will be fun because like it's pretty easy to find art for She-Ra, although I'm going to get Erwin to actually make the art, and then it'll be like more United themed. Also, there have not been He-Man characters done in this new style that the She-Ra show was. So I'm excited to like have Erwin make that art, and so now that art will exist in the world, which
that'd be cool. Yeah. It sounds like the perfect system to add like team mechanics to as well. It sounds really.
I actually am going to make team decks. So I'm actually
team decks. Yeah.
My plan though is actually I'm going to make team decks the way that I kind of did the heroic duo, which was another recent project that I did. Because when you play on heroic, you can't play 2-player or you can't win. It's just like not possible to win. So I made a deck that's like a team deck, but specifically for 2-player. And so I'm probably going to do that same idea for these characters, because like there's like elements of like playful antagonism between Catra and She-Ra. So I'm planning on having a hero deck that's meant for you to play the 2 of them together, and they kind of irritate each other, but then like force each other to like, step up their game. So that's one element I'm planning on doing with that.
Nice. Well, I guess so. What I want to do, I'll talk a little bit because I don't want to take up too much of people's time, but talk about a couple of things I'm working on. So right now, the thing I'm currently working on is some more brute force stuff. So I'm going through updating brute force's cards with Erwin's art to match the United style. We've got Boomer and Dr. Echo, but I want to give a quick little advisory there that please don't jump on and print any of those out, even if it's just home prints of the stuff, because I've realized going through my next project that I need to update Dr. Echo's one of his abilities to sort of interact a little bit more with how the villains are going to work. So I'll do a sort of an update for that. And I also was going through and realized that I've accidentally left one of the default titles in one of the abilities of Boomer's card. So it says phase shift or something like that instead of what his actual card is supposed to say. So it's one of your characters, Dave. So I've got to fix Boomer. So apologies if anyone's printed Boomer like myself. I think I got it professionally printed before I realized that I'd made that mistake. So I got to fix that up. But what I'm doing at the moment for the brute force stuff is I've got art has just come through for Lionheart, the lion. So I'm making a deck for him. And I'm also currently working on the heavy metal fight. I've got art for all of the 5 members of heavy metal, their brute forces, like the animal team that fight against brute force, plus the 6th member is going to be Adam Frost. They're sort of like sort of put the money behind that team sort of thing. So they're going to be like a Rogues Gallery Sinister Six style fight. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. I've just finished working on, if anyone's interested in K-pop Demon Hunters, I've just finished making a K-pop Demon Hunter team and a Sarja Boys, like multiple villain fight with the 5 of the Sarja Boys. And that's been so much fun. And, thank you to the folks in the Discord, yourselves included, and stuff, for the feedback you guys are giving me and stuff. It's been a lot of fun. And I've made sort of like this like song mechanic where you're going to be able to like have them sing different songs from game to game that switch out cards in your deck. So if you play, if you're singing How It's Done, you get like 3 different cards in your deck, and you take those out if you're going to be singing Golden instead, and that sort of stuff. So that's been a lot of fun. And they've got a teamwork-ish type mechanic that sort of lets you sort of like combo off each other and stuff. So if you like your K-pop Demon Hunters, or you've got fans in the house that like K-pop Demon Hunters like I've got, this is a cool one to check out. So they're on Simon United Discord and the Simon United Wiki as well. But I want to give a shout out to, so I'm going to start giving some shout outs to, first one I'm going to give a shout out to is Big Head Chibis, who do some really great models and have always like been really good at supporting the projects that I and others are working on. But I really need your help, or someone, Minis from Mars, someone, because this is just not cutting it for K-pop Demon Hunters. Neither is this. Okay. What is that? Okay. Neither is this.
Are these official Marvel United characters?
Gosh, so I need some help. I need someone to come up with some K-pop Demon Hunter models. So if you're on Big Head Chibis, guys, please vote for K-pop Demon Hunters. I've made some cool characters for them, and we need some cool models for them. Look, this is just not cutting it for the Sarja Boys. I don't know who that's supposed to be, but there we go. So yeah, we're working on that. But all jokes aside, Big Head Chibis, check him out. They do some really great models. Erwin Thunder, we mentioned before, great artist. You can find him on Fiverr. Does really good chibi style art. I want to give another shout out to Len from Dice It Up Gaming. Makes great homemade, like custom made dice trays and wooden, like basically all these like really cool sort of woodwork gaming sort of what's the word, like not supplies but aids and things like that, and also I think he stocks a range of games as well, so you can sort of buy games from him and stuff as well. But great guy down in Victoria, and a great supporter of the channel. So thanks to Len. And we're going to catch up at PlayCon next year as well, which is going to be cool. A big Aussie convention here, so that'll be cool. And I've mentioned Mazu already, but I want to give a shout out to Beast Bites as well, who's a Discord user who has recently been putting a lot of really cool art out there. And just sort of jumping in and has made some cool homebrew decks and stuff like that as well. So check out his stuff. Check out Minis from Mars. Helios 23 been making a great range of One Piece stuff. I remember I forgot to sort of follow up with this thought. I said, there's no good One Piece games, but there is now, because now you can play Marvel United with the One Piece characters, because Helios 23 has made all those characters and they're awesome, fun. But back to my shout out for Minis from Mars, guys. I want to, while I catch you here, because I feel like we're getting close. I don't want to jump the gun and big note or anything, but I want to give a big thanks to everyone in the community for supporting me for so many years, and all the subscribers growing and growing and growing, and we're getting close. I'm a bit worried about this Christmas period where people clean up their accounts, and go, I haven't looked at that channel in a while, and I tend to lose a few. But we're closing in on subscribers, and on 1,000 subscribers, which will be another cool milestone sort of thing. And I received this in the mail the other day from Minis from Mars, and I'm super excited. It says open when you reach 1,000 subscribers, and I have no idea what's in here. There's a bit of heft to it and stuff. I'm really excited for what could be in here. Let me see if I can find it. Minis from Mars make the really cool Senator Kelly model of the little tokens. This little ghosty figure. I really want to get to the table in some of those One Piece fights, and has made a really cool Santa villain fight, which people should definitely check out. But he's very kindly sent me this, and I have no idea what it is. So I'm really excited. So at some point in the future, folks, I want to get these guys back together again. So it might happen before, it might happen after the season 3 stream, but I want to have like a celebration stream when we do hit the 1,000 subscribers, and we'll open this on the stream, and find out what it is, sort of thing. So so that's super exciting. So, but thank you to everyone for just the support over the years and stuff like that. It's been really fun, and this is such a fun game to sort of build community around and that sort of thing as well. Thank you to the Discord community and the Facebook fanatics, and it's just been a lot of fun. And most of all, thank you to you guys, because it's been so much fun, like sharing this ride with you, and this being a safe place where I can have a rant about team cards and you guys won't hold it against me.
What's in that box? It's the version of the Fantastic Four without the team cards.
Oh, that would be so good. Or it's like it'd be like what's that Banksy thing? It's a bunch of like double wilds, but they get shredded as soon as I open the box or something. Very cool. But no, yeah, it's been a pleasure, been great fun. So thank you guys for joining us. Definitely check these guys out in their different respective places. So Andrew Fantasia, his channel, definitely check out his books, definitely check out Digital Charcuterie as well, which he's a contributor on as well. Nelly with his streaming and his Twitch stuff, and all of his great stuff at the Discord and on the wiki, and Dave as well. And I promise, Dave, I'm going to try and get one of the next battles we play on the camera. I'm going to try and get that. You've done, speaking of Sentinels, we've been talking about Sentinels all day. You've done a really cool series of different alternative Sentinel fights as well. So I want to get those to the table.
And maximize that value out of that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. So, yeah. Well, anyway, thank you very much, guys. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for sticking around. And Mysterious. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Team high five.
High five. Yeah, maybe those teamwork cards aren't as good as those. But there's Dan saying mysterious as well. So yes, he's definitely created a mysterious box. So yeah, tune in next time we get there. So if you've got any people in your life would like a rambling channel with suboptimal production value about one game, Marvel United, with a guy just rambling through the game, tell him to check out the Meeple Monkey. And
I like to imagine that Tiago and Andrea and all the Simon team, they religiously watch these channels about, and they're like, "Wow, these are great ideas. We're going to appropriate them." And
right now, like Tiago's ribbing on Dre. He's like, "I told you the teamwork cards were a good idea."
Yeah, well, we do actually know, Dave. We do know that at least Andrew's channel got a big shout out.
Right. Official shout out.
Yeah, so that is awesome. That is awesome. And I guess I also do want to say, I know sometimes we got into like the negatives and stuff in this one, but which is great, and it's all part of the conversation. It's great to have feedback and stuff like that. But overall, I want to give a massive shout out to the Simon design team. We're critical because we love it. You've spoiled us so much with so much great design and such a great design space, and so much stuff that we could almost never possibly get through it all. Or never get tired of it. Right? There's
we want more.
We do want more. We want more. We want more. Yeah. Give us more. But yeah. It's been really great, and so hats off to you guys.
Thank you, Simon, everybody.
Amazing product. Yeah. Not just an amazing product, an amazing phenomenon. Like it's awesome, really cool. So yes, thank you very much. We'll catch you guys on the next one, and I'll say, let's try and do Meeple Monkey out. We'll see if we can teamwork Meeple Monkey out. There you go.